Hello and welcome to the channel Gaming Like a Noob. I'm the Noob and I call myself Sansomi. So, the beta is out for Football Manager 2022. So I thought we were going to together have a little look at this feature and talk about the future. So I'm going to be using this profile, Sansomi Trollbeard. And we're going to choose Manchester United for this. Going through this managerial style, I have already put that. I think we have coaches to take care of the goalkeepers and stuff like that. Maybe I should have put more into mental and bring something down here as well, but nah. So, if I'm going to play this, I'm going to continue to try and stay at Manchester United for as long as possible. I think it would be a weird one for me to start as unemployed and just take the jobs that I'm offered and stuff like that. I've never played in that way, so maybe we'll do one of those in the future, but for now I'm going to go with what I'm comfortable with. So we're going to go with Manchester United for as long as possible. But to be honest, I don't know if we're going to continue this once the game gets out. For me, I pretty much think that we are going to just try it out here in the beta, and I'm going to play around with it for the time being until we sort of get the real game out, and perhaps then I will start a new one, and most likely I will be Manchester United for that one. I haven't really decided. The Welling United 2021 will continue. I won't give up that because I'm having a lot of fun recording that. So I'm gonna, if I start something with 2022, I'm going to have to try and find the time to record two different. Maybe I'll have Welling on Tuesdays and United on Thursdays, or the other way around, something like that. We'll see what happens. Anyway, for right now, this is how you're greeted once you start the game. So let's jump into the next screen. This is the club's reputation here. You can say Director of Football. Yeah, founded. Fierce rival, of course, are Liverpool. Assistant manager, Mike Phelan. Media prediction is 4th. So we're predicted to end 4th in the league. That's interesting. Last year we ended up in 2nd position. So yeah, interesting to see all this, the 20 Premier League titles and stuff like that. So yeah, so let's jump into this. My transfer budget is, should I say, just 30 million, but I guess that's because Ole Gunnar has signed a lot of players during the summer, so I guess that's why the wage budget is for almost 5 million. Quite different from the Welling United wage budget of, well, now around 6,000-7,000, something like that, if I don't. So let's go to the next. Here is how they think I should be playing. But you all know that I am sort of a 4-4-2 manager. I want to play in or you all know, maybe some of you are here for the first time on my channel, but I am a 4-4-2 guy, and I always try to find a situation and try to find the best players to play in a 4-4-2, but of course I do change from time to time, and I do like to have a couple of different lineups to change between if the game is needed to, so to speak. But here is what they think I should be playing with: De Gea, Van Bissaka, Varane, Maguire, Shaw, Pogba, Fernandes, Sancho, Van der Beek, Rashford and Ronaldo. So they think that I should be playing with Van der Beek here, who is having an extremely hard time getting into Manchester United in real life. But yeah, let's move on. Here's their demands or their wishes or whatever. They want me to develop player through the youth system. Yeah, that's something that I like. Sign high reputation players is preferred. Play entertaining football. Yeah, we will try that. Sign players under the age of 23 for the first team. Preferred. Sign required with a youth system though. So, and sign players for the at the age of for the future, which is also preferred. And required is to play an attacking football. Yeah, I guess that's something that I can understand when you're Manchester United. Increase commercial revenue is favoured. Yeah, that's always a favourite, of course, in every club. Work within the wage budgets is, of course, a requirement so that you don't end up in financial situation. Now, this is perhaps the most strange thing. Challenge for a domestic cup competition is desired. Premier League. Qualify for the UEFA Champions League is required. But there's no fight for the title, so to speak. To be challenging for the title is out of the question. Why? I think that is a Manchester United, even if you end up just qualifying for Champions League, there should still be a requirement to challenge for the Premier League title. FA Cup, reach final minimum. That's going to be hard because that's so much, and reach semi-final in the Champions League. That's going to be a tough thing as well. And the Carabao Cup, or whatever it's called now, the League Cup, as it was called before, is not important. So, yeah. And we should work around being the most reputable team in the world, so, and develop the best youth system in the country. And so on and so forth. And yeah, let's skip this. Let's go through this. This is something I don't really care, and I don't know how to take it away. I mean, send today, what do you mean? Schedule for 2 days, complete. Let's just move on. And I don't want to do the press conference, even if I'm new at the club. I guess we'll say yes if we start a completely new once the game it comes out on November 9th. But for now, with a beta, and I'm going to say fortnight when it comes to this, the backroom staff meeting, which is new. I'm going to leave that on fortnight. And as I said, there might be a yes to this. And I'm actually going to say no to the intra-squad friendlies, and I'm going to show you why once we get into the game. And meeting, yeah, fortnight. So, that's done. Let's go on. Here we come in, and I'm going to have to save it. And we're going to save over the previous. Yes, so let's go through this. Now taking charge, yep, sure thing. Last year contract is Pogba, amongst others. Jesse Lingard, but do we really want him to stay? 28. Time has really flown away, haven't it? Oh, hasn't it? Mella. D-Manny Mella. Oh, that's where he's from. All right. Will Fish. Yeah, let's not get stuck into this because we have a lot to go through, and I was actually thinking perhaps you should be prepared for quite a long episode. Maybe you'll have to come back and take a couple of sittings before you watch the entire thing, because I'm going to go through a lot of things and I'm going to play until I don't feel like it anymore. So we might be here for some time. I'm just going to set up the way I prefer to play. And once I have Manchester United, I don't have both of them being in defensive situation. I usually have an advanced playmaker or a box-to-box midfielder in the one, and then one that is more defensive. If I feel that we can't seem to win games, I change it from deep-lying playmaker to a ball-winning one, and I'm just going to play with deep lying, and I'm going to play with advanced forward, yes. And in possession, we're going to pass into space, and of course this is Manchester United, so we're going to have a little shorter, and we're going to have a little higher pace, and we're going to work the ball into the box, and they're going to be more expressive. Most of the players have a better, what should I say, yeah, I think we're going to regroup. We're going to face so much better teams here as well. So, and we're going to counter. I like to counter, or should I have hold shape? Now, I'm going to start with counter because I want them to be goalkeeper to distribute, and I want them to kick them long, and I want them to try to hit it over the defense. This is. And then here, I'm going to use offside traps. I'm going to use tight marking. I'm going to press a little more. And should we get stuck in? I'll wait with that and see what happens in the friendlies and stuff like that first. But this is all I'm going to do in this scene here. We wait. Oh, here is this looks the same as it always has, and here you can, as you see you can change in every single players to have other, and you can see these things here are still the same as they were in the previous version. It's pretty much the same everywhere in these on tactics. Dynamics hasn't changed a lot. Let's go through some of these, and we can see social groups. This hasn't made it looks the same anyway. To be quite frankly, there's a team meeting. I don't want to do that now. Team talk, feedback. Like feeling report morale. Players good at the moment. So yeah, let's. Then Data Hub, the new thing, will not start from after at least 3 league games. So that's, I don't think we're going to get that far this episode. But yeah, who knows how far we go. And here is the coaching staff. We do have room for one more coach if we want to. So let's place an advert for, ooh, I should really look upon what I do need. Coaching team. I have 2 goalkeeping coaches. Don't I have Alan Fettis here as well? Let's have a look at trying to find Alan Fettis. He's an old goalkeeper with a past in a team that I really like and has done since the 80s. I didn't play in the 80s though for them, but I've liked them since the 80s. It's an English team, and it's like this, that in Sweden, where I live, we do have something that we call Stryktipset, and that's we have. I think they probably got that in England as well, or whatever. Most countries have that, I guess. But that way you get 13 games, and you have to give them 1, which is a home win, and or a 2, which is a away win, or an X, which is a draw. And you do that with all the 13 games, and you can win some money. And every time I played on that thing, and this team was on that coupon. I always picked them as winner, and they always won. So they became sort of a second favorite team for me. So let's see if his playing career is here. Yes, it is, and there they are, Hull City. I'm not saying that I pronounce it right though, but Hull. That's my second team. So he was here for quite a spell, and I remember this because this is when I started to play Championship Manager, which is Football Manager, as you all know. Championship Manager name was owned by the previous thingamajig that promoted the game and stuff like that, and they created an own game that they named Championship Manager. So Football Manager and Championship Manager is the same thing if you just go far enough back in time. Once Football Manager came out, everything that have come out at the same time as Football Manager is not the real game, the real Championship Manager. So anyway, this Alan Fettis, he played there, and I remember that and stuff like that from that past. So yeah, I am old, and we're gonna try to, because he's an under 23 goalkeeping coach. So I'm thinking maybe I could offer a new contract and give him a job as a goalkeeping coach instead, so we can promote him to goalkeeping coach, because I really think I want him there. So let's do that. Let's give him what he wants. It's a little easier with Manchester United in that way. You don't have to really worry about the finances. One player, you sack one player or you get rid of one player and you are back in good numbers again. And this is probably, let's have a look at this. We're going to place everybody like that. And when we look at this, we're gonna have David De Gea away. So loads of players are still away on holidays, and the ones we have, Phil Jones is injured, and Willie is injured, and Alex, and yeah, a lot of players are either on holiday or injured. So we don't have a very large squad, to be honest, to start the season with in the pre-seasons, but they will be back for the real games, of course. But yeah, we do have a little shortage of players. It even looks very big like this. I did start one before I started this. I started one and just tried it out a bit, and then I had real problems getting enough players to even fill out the squad. I had to use defenders, these shadow players that you don't see otherwise, that just pops up when you have too few players. I had to use a couple of them in the team, not on the bench. A lot of them on the bench, but some of them in the team as well. So yeah. And that is, of course, because of the Euro thingamajig. We're going to accept that. We've already looked upon that. Let's go through this. And let's have a normal. I was thinking about a heavy preseason, but I think we're going to have a normal. Then we have the players on the injury list. Quite a few, actually. And then we have selection rules. Now, this is something that is very interesting, to be honest. You must have at least 15 players in your squad, but a maximum of 25, at least at the age of 20 or over, or at least 21 or older, which is kind of strange, but because that's a new rule. It wasn't like that before. You could have 50 players that were between 21 and to the end of their career, and you could use them all before. But I guess this is restrictions to give younger players the abilities to take position in the best teams as well, and stuff like that. And yeah. And this thing here, players trained in England for 3 years before 21st birthday. Currently there is 12 in the squad, 47 at club. The minimum requirement is 8. And that is, to be honest, something that I feel, I mean, Manchester United is my favourite team, but at the same time, I feel that might be something that they have pushed for, Manchester United, for this rule to exist in the Premier League, because 10, 15 years ago, they were probably the only team with a top-of-the-line youth system. Now every top team has it. And the advantage for Manchester United has totally disappeared there. So perhaps by this rule might have been, I don't know when this rule came, but perhaps by leaning on that they should implement this rule, they have at the same time destroyed the possibility for themselves to be the best youth producer in the country. I'm just thinking. But yeah. And then we have the Champions League squad rules, which is just the same. And I can accept the maximum of 25 there. I have a little harder to accept the max 25 in the Premier League though, because it's a long season. There's loads of games to be played. And you often want the best team to play at the UEFA Champions League, so you don't want to go over 26, because the players after 26, after 25 is probably just there to fill out the team and to sort of be a reserve if anybody gets injured and stuff like that. So you don't really want them in the Champions League. But in the Premier League, I mean, you need to rest players and stuff like that. And if you have a long injury list, you can't rest some of your better players for the Champions League game. So yeah, I mean, yeah, we could have 5 more or something like that, maximum of 30 players in the Premier League squad. I think there should be a little more players when it comes to the Premier League than the Champions League. But I'm really not going to continue to bother you with all that. Then there is the transfer window. This is supposed to be sort of revamped and look quite good, I guess. Biggest spender so far has been Arsenal with 142 million. That's interesting. And then we have the Jack Grealish transfer of 100 million. And we have Romelu Lukaku for 98 into the Chelsea Aston Villa. This is interesting information, even though we all know them. But it's a good way to start the season later on, perhaps. I hope that's not I hope this is something that comes every year and not just this year. But yeah, Trollbear declines to meet the press. Yes, I did. So let's go through. Where were we? We were at the staff. Now we have the training, which looks pretty much the same. I can't see anything have changed there. Medical center, I can't see any changes there either. Really, I think it looks pretty much the same. Maybe a little better graphic or something like that. The schedule looked the same. Feels the same. I don't really think that this is changed at all. The competition side looks the same. Scouting. Now there should be something changed here. Let's see, player search. And here we get players coming up. And there's the value, the transfer value, which is 89 to 129 million, which we know we can't afford. We have, as I said, 30 million pounds to put off. So yeah, but we're going to look what we can buy. We'd see here 187 to 251 millions for Harry Kane. Now that would have been a good partner to Cristiano Ronaldo, I guess, but yeah. Let's look at this. We will choose players that are transfers listed, and we get them up, and we can see that the value, or the transfer value here, is 5.8 on Gareth Bale, for example. And since we're only going to try this out, I always wanted Gareth Bale to come to Manchester United, but not as 31 years old, though. I wanted him back when he left for Real Madrid. But I think, I want to see him in Manchester United. And for the low price that I think that is, 5.8, and maybe we'll even, we'll ask the agent first of all, what can I do for you? We're keen to sign in Gareth Bale and would like to know more about what demands would be. Yeah, I'm delighted to hear you're keen on Gareth, as he's incredibly interested in a move to Man United. As a result of the strong interest from both sides, here's a full state of the play. He would look forward to playing on a regular basis for Manchester United in the UEFA Champions League. I believe Real Madrid will want somewhere around 5.8 to make a deal possible. Real Madrid are looking to sell Bale, having placed him on the transfers list. Would want a wage between 220 per week and 275 per week. Will expect to provide competitions for places and earn plenty of playing time over the course of the season. Will use him in preferred position as a left winger with a winger role. Thanks for the feedback. This one sounds fine, and we know there's mutual interest, so we'll go ahead and plan out our next step. Yeah, I think we're going to do that, and we're going to end the shot. And then we can see here we're going to make an offer. And I think I'm going to make an offer of 5 million. Let's see what they say. 5.5, let's meet halfway then. No, we don't want that. Let's have 5.25. Now they want even more after league appearances. 50 games. Well, then I can pay... Where are you? There. 500,000 there. And 500,000 there. And we lock them. And then we say we'll give 5.5 and we lock that. Or should we? No, let's go with this. And we suggest this. And they agree. They agreed to that. That's a low price for if he's as good as he once was. Well, you always lose something when you get older, of course. But yeah, so this is the new improved look upon this. It's interesting to see. I mean, Real Madrid is really trying to sell out a lot of players. Barcelona trying to get rid of players as well. Samuel Umtiti. Now, playing in England, you need a better jumping reach as a central defender than that, I guess. And yeah, better heading. Yeah, well, I don't know. What was his passing? 14, yeah. So this is the way this looks, and yeah, it looks kind of cool with the value being named there. And if we take away, let's have a look at this. If we take away this and put any there, you'll have an estimated value in between though. So that's interesting. These are not on the transfers list. These are just the players being filtered. So 68,344 would take us some time to go through. The board would love to sign Harry Kane. I guess that's what this A+ is. No, scouting rating. That's scout. All right, scout rating. He's been scouted or something. So, but these are all players which aren't in my range, so to speak. There's absolutely no chance that I can sign any of these players. I'll have to go back down somewhere around here, and I don't think we're going to find any of those. Christian Eriksen would be interesting. I don't think he's going to collapse in the game. I don't think that they'll do something like that in the game, so he would be completely harmless to sign him, I think, which would be kind of cool, because I know he's a good player, really good player. Let's make an inquiry at least to see if there's any interest from Inter, and maybe we can ask the manager, and we're keen. We say, I'm delighted to hear that you're keen on. This is an interesting new approach to be able to talk to the agent a little more than you did before. I'm delighted to hear you're keen on Christian, as he's very interested in a move to Man United. Although he'd like to do business, I'm not going to reveal too much about what we're looking for at this stage. He would look forward to moving to Manchester United in order to allow him a chance to play more football, as he's not currently registered at his existing club. I believe that Inter will want somewhere between 20 and 32 million. Inter's strong finance position means that they do not feel pressure to sell him. That's sad. Would want a wage between, the wage is not very problematic. The problematic thing is that we are signing Gareth Bale, which takes a chunk out of our thingamajig, and we pretty much can't afford more than 20 million. So we'll expect to provide a competition for places and earn plenty of playing time over the course of the season. Would likely gain a work permit. Yeah, let's say that we are interested, and let's see if they are. Let's see, we can 32. We have definitely no chance that we can offer any more than 20. And then we go suggest, and they refuse us. Let's put him on our shortlist and indefinitely, because we still want to make Inter believes the offer for Christian is unacceptable. Let's see if we can't do anything else. After league appearances, let's say 50 games, we give you another million, because that's going to take some time before he reach a million, or 50 games. Sorry, he's not going to have to. That would be fun. 50. You get £50 if he makes a million games. No, of course not. So let's just place that and hope that they will accept it, but I don't think they will. So this looks interesting, I think, anyway. So then we have assignments here. Let's take some time. We do have quite a large database here, because I don't know, as I said, I don't know if we want to continue to play on this one, then we want to launch. So assignment, and this is probably our scouts, or what? Yeah. So we do have good scouts, that's of course, being Manchester United. Here's the scouts' priorities, which these are the current no players. Yeah, what they've been assigned to. Analysts has nothing to say. Team report. Shortlist is the players that we have placed on our shortlist. The knowledge, we have quite a good one, but we are very bad in West Africa. But we have a very good knowledge otherwise around the world. So that's interesting. That side is over. Then let's go in here to transfers. We have the transfer center, so not much to say about that. Looks pretty much the same. 2 available to sell, to buy or sell. Donny de Beek and Dean Henderson. Dean Henderson looks extremely good this version of Football Manager, actually. So yeah, I'm going to keep him, that's for sure. We have no transfer targets, no unwanted, no developing list. Suggested. I tried this, to be honest, and yeah, there's not many players showing up. But maybe I didn't try the transfer suggestion. Yeah, look at this. They're way out of our reach. This one we could, Diego Costa, but nah. We have good goalkeepers, so that's not something that we would want. To be honest, if I would like something, if I had something to do with to say about it, this is the sort of players that I would like Manchester United to try and find, but they need a really, really good one. To be honest, somebody that can sweep things behind the offensive, like Bruno and Pogba. I like Scott McTominay, and I think in real life he has the potentials to become a really good Roy Keane type of player, but I don't think he's going to reach the levels of Roy Keane, of course, but yeah, I do think he has the potential to become that kind of player, and that is the kind of player that I think Manchester United really are missing. Fred and McTominay just isn't there to be able to balance the midfield in the right way. But anyway, let's continue here. Manchester United, and we are into club info, and we go general. Or did we go all the way here? No, we didn't. There are clauses, and there is transfer history, of course. Do we have some? We have 2 clauses when it comes to Adnan Januzaj. That's, we'll remember, he's 26 now. Man United have the agreement to buy the player back for 18 million. All right. Sell on 25% of the profit made of his next transfer will be owned by Manchester and signed. Interesting. And he's got a value of somewhere between 12 and 17.5 million pounds. Sam Johnson's. Oh, here's a loads of players that have some really have a lot of parents' money to a lot of players. 3 clauses on Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh, if we win the Premier League, we have to pay Juventus £3 million. And if we win the Champions League, we have to pay Juventus 3.9 million. And we have to pay once a year. We're going to have to pay £2.56 million. All right. So long. I guess he's going to be playing 1 or 2 seasons in Manchester United, and after that, 3 or 4 seasons, we still have to pay £2.56 million for his signing. So that's interesting. And then we have transfer history, and yeah, these are the players that, of course, Ole Gunnar has signed. From Liverpool, we signed a youngster from Liverpool. All right, that's interesting. I didn't know about that one. I do know about all the other 3 here, though. And yeah, they're probably all going to be good players. So we're going to have to see. And then as we jump into the club info, we have the profile here, the manager, captain, Harry Maguire, vice captain, Bruno Fernandes, and stuff like that. So nothing seems to have changed here, though. We have the same, we have no affiliate clubs. Yep, and then we have the history, which always says here, there, here we can have requests from to the board, and other than that, it's not interesting. We have a balance of £245 million. That's good, but I think we have a really high debt, which the Glazers are responsible for. Let's see, yeah, £578 million in debt. And look at all these bank loans the Glazers has taken out on Manchester United. That's such a shame, but yeah, let's see. We do have a lot of sponsoring deals as well. 47 million for our main kit. Yeah, you can see we have an additional kit sponsor for 75 million for 10 years, which makes it into 750 million pounds. So yeah, we do have a lot of sponsors here. Look at this. What if we could just get one of these to Welling United? We would be able to do so much down there. But yeah, that's not to be. Then we have the dev center. It looks exactly the same. So, and then we have, of course, that we should report bugs, but I'm not going to do that. So I guess we've gone through everything that we can do here, or maybe there are more. Yeah, we could be all play. Hey, you can do that, yes. Here's international players on international duty, nobody. International friendly, nobody. Here's some, yeah, that's going to be some facts and stats there. Here's the facts. Youngest player is Mason Greenwood. That's in the first team then. Yeah. Assistant report. These are the type of players they want me to play with in their situation. In their mind, they think that this is the first team that I should use. And yeah, might be happening, might not be happening. We just have to wait and see. I mean, sure, there is, let's go on to squad depth. We have Cristiano Ronaldo, Rashford, Greenwood, and Cavani is actually down. But I guess Greenwood then needs to play as another sort of striker, and that's why they prefer Cavani. Martial is somebody that I don't really like, to be honest. I feel that he, in the real life though, I don't know, and I don't know about his personality. I have absolutely no idea about his personality, so I'm not outing him as a horrible person or something like that. It's all about the football. I think as a professional football, you need to work a lot harder than he does. Yeah, he sort of just stands there. He's standing up there and just waiting for things to happen. And I don't like players like that. I want hardworking players, even if you are a striker. So let's get on with this. Let's see if we can at least get somewhere to a league game or 2 or 3 or something like that before we end this episode. So we're going to have to start negotiation with Gareth Bale. I want him as a squad player, that's for sure. And then we negotiate. Hey, he wanted somewhere between 220 and 2. Let's have that salary. Let's lower that. Let's do like that. And we only want him for 2 seasons. And then I want to lower that. Appearance fee, he wants 84. I give him 70. That's on top of his salary. He wants 70,000 just to play. Assist bonus he can play with. International Cup cap bonus. Why should I pay him for playing in the national team? That's ridiculous. But all right, unused sub. Yeah, there is going to be games where he's going to be that. Yeah, and that could be okay. Let's see if he's interested. He wants a gold bonus. Let's lower that to 40,000 as well then. And an assist bonus of 88,000. Oh, 68. All right. I'll meet you somewhere 65. 65. Yearly wage rage. He wants a, no, that's out of the question. That's out of the question. No way. Wage after reaching club league games. 500,000 a week. Is he nuts? I'll give you 300,000 if you reach 25 games. And I lock that. And let's suggest that. And he doesn't want to sign for us. Well, how bad? How bad? I am sorry, but I guess we'll do without you then. Then we have this staff meeting that has been so hyped for this release. So let's go into that. Attend the meeting. Cristiano Ronaldo, 36-year-old, should be the captain, he thinks. Let's have a look at that. He's got a determination of 20, of course. Leadership and teamwork is perhaps the bad thing about it, if to be honest. But with his determination and his leadership, maybe he should be the captain. I'm going to be making him captain. We can experiment a bit here since we're not going to... We're probably most likely not going to continue this. This is just a test to look at how things are going and how this game looks. And we'll have to wait until the 9th of November before we start something with this. It's a shame that that's in the midweek. It should be a Friday or Saturday so that I have... I mean, yeah, I do work some Saturdays and some Sundays, but not everyone, and I don't work both Saturday and Sunday. So, yeah. It would have been better to release, for me personally, it would have been better if it was released on a Friday or Saturday, something like that, so that I had some time to record already or to play at once instead of, because I can play. I mean, I do have some powers left when I come home from work. I can sit down for an hour or something and play and relax. But then I'll have to make myself ready for the next day and stuff like that. So, yeah. But so to record when at the same days that I work, that's pretty rare for me, to be honest. But it happens. And let's see what they say about Mason Greenwood. I feel Mason Greenwood game would improve if he started knocking the ball past the opponent. Okay, let's start training that then. I suggest Mike Clegg to handle strength coaching at Man United. Yep, add assignment. Let's go for what they want and what they think is right. I don't think Mike Clegg should be replaced in his... And it's not the category he's well suited for. Okay, let's remove him from that then. And I guess that he's not good for that, so let's take him away from that then. I've noted that Alvaro Fernandez may be considering asking for a pre-contract in the near future, but would recommend that you do not move to open talks with him for the time being. Okay, that's okay. I won't do that then. And he doesn't have a very good potential rating either. So I mean, it looks good in his number though, but 18. And a left defender. I do have a ton of left defenders, don't I? Luke Shaw, Alex something, and Brendan Williams, and so on and so forth. So let's go on here. I think we should look forward towards the youth system for players, the high standard of facilities we have, where here means youngest have a good chance of developing. Yeah, I love to do that. So Youth facilities is superb. Youth recruitment, exceptional youth recruitment here. Junior coaching, excellent academy coaching. So yeah. Recruitment, analyzing data, judging players' ability, and so on and so forth. Let's move on with that. Interesting this actually to see where this is going. I'm to the increasing option that Alex has the potential to become a quality player for the group, perhaps reaching the ability of our second best central defender, Victor Lindelof. So is Victor Lindelof really the second best defender? Who's beneath him? Is it Maguire or Varane? I don't know. Well, oh well. Then we have increasing that you could become a key player for this club, perhaps exceeding the ability of our second best left winger, Paul Pogba. All right. He do have some potential, and according to this, he has an excellent rating for the rating to become a senior team there. So, I mean, he has the potential to become a quality player for this, but perhaps reaching the ability of left back Luke Shaw. So, yeah, that's only a good rating. But yeah, what I've seen of him in Manchester United, I think he's a good left defender. And he has the potential to become quite good, yeah. I think that's something as well. Now, what they are, I think English 47-year-old Gary Rhodes should be a good choice to add to the team coaching staff as an under-23 manager, as we have nobody performing this role. But I don't think I want an under-23 manager, to be honest. Let's move on. I think Tom Hughes would be a good choice to become the club medical physio. We would like physios though. He's the under-23 physio at the moment. So let's let them stay as under-23, and we try to sign, let's see, or is he's contracted to England under-21s. That could be something. I don't want to sign Tottenham's, to be honest, because that would just leave an opening for Tottenham to sign Tom Hughes or something like that from us. So maybe this one, Danny Murphy, should be the physio that we want. Yes, schedule a meeting with him after this meeting. A meeting after the meeting. I think 46-year-old Ed Gale would be a good addition to the team of scouting, loan manager, but I already have a loan manager. I know that because when I tried this, I did sign one of them, tried to sign one of them, but it said that you already have a loan manager, so you have to kick him out if you want to get a new loan manager. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with the one I got. And I'm going to end this meeting, and I think we've done this was a good experience with this coach meeting, actually. I think, yeah. So let's go on. I think we're going to have that every other week, every fourth night, as we've set up. The alternative for me is probably to have it once a month, because maybe we just want it once every episode we record if we start our Manchester United episode. But for now, we're only taking a look at the beta, so let's have every fourth night. And we don't have any games here today, so we really should be going fine here, maybe even going quite quickly here. And I don't want to put up any, and I'm going to do it with 1 week there, and I'm actually going to go, if you go AWOL, you should always pay 2 weeks wages. Missing in training, I think 1 week, 1 week, 2 weeks is good enough. You shouldn't get paid if you miss your training. Like that. Let's continue. Looks all right. Not that much that I've changed. But we're gonna have a look at the match ending and stuff like that as well, so there is some time left. They want to loan him, yeah, that's okay. I think we're gonna agree to that, because I think it's a player that he's not going to get the opportunity this year. He's 19 years old. Do have some good numbers, but I think he would be better off getting regular play time. And here's the squad dynamics. Ronaldo, De Gea and Rashford are team leaders. So, and they want me to introduce myself to the squad. So, yeah, let's do like that. And they're all encouraged. I don't want to make any promises ahead now, because I want to take it easy. I think we're good enough to win the title, and that should be our aim. I don't know if we're good enough to win the title, though. I do think that we have a strong title challenge this season, and I want to try that. But Fred is offended. All right, because I didn't do any gestures. Everything in the... All right, let's go. Raise hands. I think I'm right here. Although I respect everyone's opinion, we have to set the bar high and try to be as good as we can possibly be. Yeah, that's... And they're offended again. Don't need a beak. Body language seems negative again. All right, if you think that. I think I'm going to go with that anyway. Aiming for the final. Oh, I don't have any body language this time. And Martial. And I guess it's his body language that is... Oh, right. I must mistook that. I thought it was... that my body language was yeah, all right, let's insist, and I'm nothing to say. I'm pretty happy with that. And disagree here, respect of you. We're also winning. I want us to reach the final at least, and they're satisfied. Brilliant. Collective support, and then thank you. Yeah, pretty much didn't care, none of them. That's a positive. Yeah, I think that went so and so. Some of them didn't think that either they thought that we weren't good enough to be challenging for the league title, or they thought that we should be winning the league title. I don't know, to be honest. But look at this, Paul Pogba. I mean, when I started last time, he was away on holiday, and I couldn't get the amount of players to in the team. But he's back, so he's going to be playing here then. That's good. That's really good. And yeah, the biggest problem were in the defense, and this looks like Victor Lindelof isn't on holiday. He was on holiday when, yeah, that I had Eric Bailey, and I had, was it the right defender? I think it was, yeah, Van Bissaka. That's the only two defenders that I had that I could use. Other than that, I had to use those grade players, those that you get when you don't have any other players to put in. You get some of those. So that's interesting, that you can start in different ways. Or maybe they've just made an upgrade or something like that. This bid has been rejected, so let's try and raise it now that we have. They still want too much money. I can't afford that. 25. Let's tie the knot there, and let's tie the knot there, and we suggest that. And they want more. All right, I do that then. 5 minutes after 10 international. All right, let's agree with that then. If I'm allowed, I don't know. We'll just have to see if we are allowed to do that. This is the financial fair play regulations. So that's going to be interesting as well. Ericsson is very interesting, so let's start the negotiations. We want him to be a squad player. Yes, he agrees to that at least. Let's give him 245. 7 million on signing on fee is very high, to be honest. Let's give him 5. And his agent 1 million. An appearance fee 70,000. It's a lot different numbers down up here than down where we have Welling. Let's see if they agree to this. No, they don't. Let's lower it like this then. Ah, crap. We can't do this all day. Let's give him what he wants then. So let's just get a player into our team that we sort of want. And let's get on with it. Yeah. Probably should take a look at maybe we should take a look at do we really want to lend him out, Anthony Alanga? I don't think so. Or maybe yeah. Let's give Doncaster a player that they can take care of there. What I meant, going to Spain and have a look at Barcelona for one big reason, and that is, there we go, they should be in a very precarious situation when it comes to finances. So where are the finances place here then? Can't seem to find it here. So let's go general info then. Up here, I guess. No. Where's that? Facilities, can't be there. Should be here in profile, I think. Have they taken away the financial thing? Capacity, surface, stadium, year build, average ticket price and stuff like that. Oh my god. Team report, staff, transfer history. Should be here. Competition is not interesting. General. Wasn't it up here that it said rich or poor or whatever? We can't find that now. Finances okay. Here they are. And they're okay. I thought they were going to be abuse. They should be crappy since they've... Oh, this is our team. I'm a bit of an idiot there. Let's go this way. And I mean, yeah. They really should be selling players. Look at the amount of players that they have. And they really should try and get money in to fix their coffin. Piqué, 34. I remember him as a youngster in Manchester United. Oh my god, I'm old. Oh well, let's move on. And yeah, this is going to be a little boring time here when we are waiting. Let's see if we can't fix a friendly or something and see what we have to play with. Danny Murphy have been appointed as a physio. 18 years of experience with the likes of Chelsea and Tottenham. So let's hope he's a good one then. Harry Kane, yeah, I would have loved to sign him, but we have nowhere near the amount of money that they want for him. I mean, we need about £2 million. I don't think anybody can afford that, so I think it's going to be very hard for Tottenham to sell him, and it's going to be very hard for him to get anywhere. That's for sure. Dean Henderson injured here at the start of the season, but 10 days until he's back. Yeah, we should arrange a friendly, because it doesn't look... Yeah, we have a friendly there, first of all. 21st of July, I guess that is. Let's arrange something. We're going on training camps. We don't want it to be arranged there. Let's take a home game here on that Thursday. Should we meet? You know what? Let's see if we can't find... let's go Europe, and let's go nation. Why can't I? But that's not where I want to go. Browser, nations, England. Yeah, this is where I want to go. I think it's this one, yes, and we go Welling United. Let's see if they are up for a fight against us. I mean, fee, and let's do it away then. And then we would have to pay them £44,000. That would have been a tremendous thing if we could fix that. I mean, yeah, if we would have just known somebody at Manchester, that would be a tremendous thing for a club like Welling. We could have really but they rejected the offer. That's too bad. They really could have made some money there. So, but okay, let's see if we can't find somebody else. Let's take one of these, because they're always going to say yes. So let's play against Oldham at home, and we'll bring in some money as well. So let's do that game, so that we can start with playing a game or two before we get into the season. I'm not going to be pushing to play a lot of friendlies, but I think this was a bit much of a wait for us. So yeah, I wanted one game here, and then we try to push ourselves to get into the league as quick as possible, so that we can see perhaps a lot of some of the things that looks different and stuff like that. There are a couple of teams here that want to lend him, so let's lend him out. I don't know what this is though. Loan offer. Yeah, let's just accept and give ultimatum to selected clubs. Loan offer made, and we do that as well there. And yeah, match preparations. I haven't been picking any players and stuff like that. And now we have Perry Suckling to become an goalkeeper, an under 18 goalkeeping coach. Maybe we have, when I've tried to promote, or maybe he has been promoted to, no, he's not been promoted yet. Don't know what's taking so long for Alan Fettis to become like that, but yeah. We stole one from Tottenham. That's not good. Eric Bailey has become an British citizen. Fitness test. They're all out of this game. So we're going to have to put players in now. Loads of players to choose from now, though. I mean, they're all goalkeepers here. I can take away under 23, and we do take away the unavailable. And look at this. we get some grey players anyway. Let's bring back under 23 and under 18 then, because I rather play with them than with grey players. There are loads of players that are unavailable, but we have some available as well, so yeah. Did we get Pogba to... We can't play Pogba. Where's Pogba? Where's Pogba? That's weird. We also did see that he was able to play there. And looking at this, it doesn't seem like Victor Lindelof. Where's he then? Not that one. That one. Let's take a look at this. What happened to Victor Lindelof and Pogba? Let's have a look at this. Victor Lindelof. Yeah, they've gone on holiday. But they didn't have them. He's on holiday as well. And Pogba. There was no holiday on Pogba, but now there is. So yeah, as I said, that was the problem, and but there's still plenty of more players that for me this time than there were the last time. So let's see who's going to be in the goal. I think I'm going to go with the only one I really know anything about, Tom Heaton. Then we need a right defender. We have Moro there, that's not interesting. We're going to go with Van Bissaka. Then we need 2 central defenders. We're going to go with Eric Bailey. And do we know any of the other players? Not really. Martin Lawrence is not very good. He's not very good. Not very good. Could be something though. Let's go with it, or maybe him. Let's go with this one, Teden. The one that probably will be leaving us pretty soon for a loan. McShane then. He could become the one that takes, but 35 player coach. I don't know that we had a player like that in Manchester United, but that's cool. Let's see, we now need a left defender, and we have Sam Murray, Fernandes, Logan Pine, Hardley, Lawrence. None of the first team players are here though. All of the left defenders that I call first team. Oh, I'm going to use him, Fernandes. Then we need a right midfielder. All of the players that I know about that can play left defenders are on holiday. Then both Alex and Luke Shaw and whatever their names is. Jesse Lingard, but I think I'm going to use him on the left side. Yeah. Or do I have someone else to play on the left side? I don't think so. They're all attacking midfielders. And yeah, so no. Yes or no. But we have Juan Mata on the right side. That's good. Juan Mata on the right side. Then I want somebody that can play a bit defensive. Gonna have to go with Matic then. And then I want a player that can play like this. We're gonna go... We don't have any of the... Let's place Lingard as our left midfielder there, so that we don't have him showing up here. I think we're going to use Hannibal, to be honest. Let's use Hannibal. And then we're going to have a deep-lying striker. I think we are actually going to go... I don't know if he can play as a deep-lying, though. I'm thinking maybe Elanga. Well, Elanga has worse numbers, so let's go with Greenwood as the deep-lying and Elanga as the top one. And then just... We want one goalkeeper. Well, let's do like this, because I am not going to let you have to, without restriction, pick unpicked positions, and then we have the bench full as well. So let's go with this team. And as we all know, it's going to be taking some time before the familiarity is going to be built up. So don't expect us to run over teams in the start. We need a couple of games before we find our way. And this is going to happen, of course, when we get all our players back from holiday as well. So, yeah, let's see. Let's pump our fist and let's show me what you've got. This is their chance when the star players are away on holiday. They'll have a chance to try and show that they belong in the team, giving me a problem to keep the star players into the team. So yeah, I think things are going a bit slow here. We don't want replays, and we want to press this 2 times, I think, and we go. Here we go. It looks a little cleaner. The players look a little better, little more lifelike. Still a long way to go though, but yeah, it does look a little better in the match engine, and they do improve that from season to season. But it's such a small improvement in especially in the way that it looks when it comes to the players. And oh, what a chance we had there. But looks better, and they move the ball in a little better way as well. The ball has a little better look, more natural look, I should say. And yeah, so it looks okay. I like it. Like the match engine so far. We do have some problems here though, but as I said, we are missing more than half the team, it seems like. So there's going to be huge changes once the season starts, of course, when all the players are back from holidays, and hopefully a lot of the players are back from injuries and so on and so forth. So, but for now we'll have to be settled with this. And we are facing Oldham, a team I remember. Crap. I remember, if I'm not incorrect, which I don't think I am, if my memory serves me right, Dennis Irwin came from Oldham and became a central figure in Manchester United for many years. He was a brilliant defender, brilliant Hannibal score here. He was really good for Manchester United until David Beckham came to take the free kicks. He was the one taking them, and he was actually really good at it. Not as good as David Beckham though, but he was good, really good free kick taker, and he was both good in the offensive play and in the defensive play. I think he was a real workhorse, as you would say. He would run up and down there. He was a tremendous player, probably one of the better left midfielders I've ever seen. So yeah, still regard him very high in Manchester United, I do. So in the teams that I've seen through the years. But being of the age that I am, I've been a Manchester United supporter since 1984, around there, 83, 84, something like that. And I remember Big Ron Anderson, or I think his last name was, but yeah. And I remember when I think his name was Mike something, came onto the football pitch and he kicked the ball up to the stadium and stuff like that, and it said, "Oh, look at this!" And there were talks about him buying up the club, and and that he put a lot of money into it, and he was going to make it the best team in the world. And if I remember correct, it ended up with him just becoming some ambassador or something like that, and that he did put in something like £20 million or whatever it was, but it wasn't enough to buy the club. So but yeah, it was the start of something there when he came. Oh, another screamer here by Greenwood. It was the start of Manchester United, the Manchester United that you see today. And yeah, so I remember back, and I have some teams and some players to choose from if I ever get the feeling to name my favorite United players and stuff like that, and so on forth. I think for me, I've always thought that it isn't Ferguson is the biggest reason for Manchester United becoming this incredible large team that it became and that we are today. But I think that he was a bit lucky as well, and the luck was probably called Eric Cantona, because I think Eric Cantona has had almost a big of an impact in the empire that was built called Manchester United. And even though he wasn't in the team when they managed to win that triple, the class of '92, as they're called, all those Beckham and Giggs and Scholes and Butt and all of those players had such a respect for, and Cantona built them, so to speak. Their hunger and their should I say effort, or whatever you call it, when their winning mentality was built up by Ferguson and Cantona. Unfortunately, Scholes and Giggs and those players couldn't do the same for the generations that came after that, and that's why when they finally left the club, when Scholes and Giggs and so forth did end their career, Manchester United have had a completely different sort of mentality in the club. It has changed, and we have had a very long time now without winning anything real, to be honest. So the winning mentality is sort of taken away from Manchester United. Here's Greenwood with a penalty, but it looks good. The match engine looks good, I think. And looking at the spectators as well, they feel like they are real 3D as well, and everything seems to be a bit improved. And that's what you expect from a game that arrives every year. You don't expect it to sort of make huge leaps. You don't expect them to use the very latest in the way that they have gone, because I'm pretty sure that they could have made it a little better, but in fear of not finding a way to make it even better for the next season, they withhold a bit of it, of course. But yeah, it looks good. But as I said, Cantona was a big part of the winning mentality that was created in the 90s, which actually was there until Ferguson and the Scholes and Giggs and those players decided to end their career. After that, the mentality sort of changed. So, yeah, that's the way it is. Well, that's the way I feel it is anyway. So, But maybe now that they have brought back their 4-1, and it looks good, as I said, this thingamajig here. Let's do like that, and let's go on. I do hope that Cristiano Ronaldo can be the player to do what Cantona did when he came to Manchester United. Even though Cantona is coming back, not Cantona, but Cristiano Ronaldo is coming back. Cantona arrived, so to speak. But it was a glorious time, the 90s, as a United supporter. I've actually been quite lucky there as a Man United supporter. I became a United supporter when the team wasn't any good. We were struggling. We hadn't won anything since 1968 or something like that. Anything real. There's been a couple of FA Cup things and stuff like that. But, yeah. We hadn't won the league since 1968. And I've sort of gone through a journey with Manchester United. Starting out in the 80s, where we were picked upon by the Liverpool supporters because the Liverpool were so extremely dominant, and they rubbed our noses in it every day. And yeah, I could have picked Manchester. I could have picked Liverpool, and could have been a Liverpool supporter today, but I didn't want to be a Liverpool supporter because I didn't want to be like everybody else, first of all, and it didn't really call to me with Liverpool. I've always been more of a traditional, taking a team that perhaps had been great in the past and we're sort of an underdog now or something like that. So yeah, and I thought that Manchester United sounded cool, to be honest. Well, that's a cool name, Manchester United. Maybe I should be. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing anything here. Maybe I'm gonna choose them as my whatchamacallit. I'm gonna choose them as my favorite club. And after that, I sat down in a library. I went through history books and I looked, and I thought to myself, "Holy crap! What a team I've picked!" Because I read about everything that has happened to Manchester United and the entire history and everything like that, and I just said, "Whoa! I made the right decision." And even though we were completely light years away from Liverpool back then, we did. I still thought that I picked the right team. And then, of course, later on, I really knew that I picked the right team by when we started to win there in the early 90s. The Cup Winners' Cup against Barcelona, for example. That was a glorious night. I remember watching that on telly and screaming. And yeah, the 1999 Champions League final was a tremendous thing. You can't believe the stress and the way one felt that evening, going from giving up pretty much, from having high hopes because we were a good team, but then we sort of all right, we can't afford that. Sorry about interrupting here, but no, then I say no, we have to cancel it. We can't afford it, so yeah, sorry. As I said, 99, we had both Keane and Scholes gone and so on and so forth, and you thought that this was really going to be hard. I mean, Bayern Munich with Lothar Matthäus and stuff like that, this is going to be incredibly tough to try and win without some of our most important players. And yeah, but it ended well. The game was okay. The Bayern were the better team for most of the game, which I don't think they would have been if we've had a full squad. So with Keane and Scholes in the team, I'm pretty sure that we would have won that. Maybe not easy, but we would have won without the fight that it was. So maybe it was a good thing that we did have Keane and Scholes out that evening, because it gave it a bit more of action, or a bit more of this high intensive thing, and the joy and the screaming that you did when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer scored that 2-1 goals, yes, in overtime. You just went nuts. I just went nuts right there, and yeah, we thought, I mean, I was so happy with that, and yeah, so, and the rest is history, as they say. But yeah, I remember those days, and that was, I think that's, to be honest, many people say that 2008 were the better United team that won the Champions League. I will always say 1999, because we did, I mean, given that Cristiano Ronaldo is and will always be one of the best players in the world, he will not always be, but will always be considered among those players like Maradona and Pelé and Messi, and all of those will live on long after their career is over. But I think Cristiano Ronaldo, seeing the 1999 team compared to that team, that 2008 team, I think there were a couple of players that dived. Cristiano Ronaldo, one of them, that were a bit easy on the foot. Could just as well be someone came too close to them, so that the judge couldn't really see what was happening, and he fell. And I've always hated that type of football, and it's the biggest reason why I fell in love with English football or British football, because back in the 80s that was extremely rare for things like that to happen in English football. And I remember in 1998 when Michael Owen went down against Colombia, I think it was, the game was, and he went down, and yeah, let's have a look here. They want to buy him, right? Yeah, they can't have him, no. So yeah, what I wanted to say was, I remember, now where was I? That one did get away from me. I'm so sorry. What were we talking about? Sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. But yeah, well, I guess we'll just have to... what was it? Yeah, the 1998 World Cup. Yeah, that's right. I remember... maybe we should just keep it easy here for a little time, so I can talk about this. Michael Owen, he went down in the penalty area against Colombia, but he didn't stay down. He didn't turn around like Neymar or something like that. He hardly fell. They tripped him, but he stumbled a bit and he went down, but he rushed himself up to try and get to the ball before it went out, and he just missed out on it. And I remember him talking about that situation later on in his career, where actually Glenn Hoddle, who was the manager of the English national team back then, gave him a real hair blower or something like that, because he should have stayed down there. Would definitely been getting a penalty if he didn't, if he would have placed himself on the ground there instead of rushing up and trying to reach it. And it's a shame that it has to be like that. But yeah, I can understand at the same time why Glenn Hoddle says it. But because I think the game was sort of 0-0 in that time. I think England won the game with 3-0 if I'm not mistaken. But at that time of the game, it was important for them to score, I think. So yeah, so the English football have changed a lot. So yeah, let's see here. He's happy to go along with the Man United wishes to going out on loan. Yeah, end of season duration. Yeah, let's accept that. Let's do that first. Compile a match because I want to know and make a parting comment. Yeah, like that. Yes. So, and that sort of kills the football for me. That is such a big part of today's football. To be honest, to be quite honest, I lost a bit of my fanatic interest in football when Cristiano Ronaldo came to Manchester United because of that. Because I didn't like how much advantage we got from a player that tripped if players got too close to him or something like that. And I know it's easy to trip as well when you have that pace that he had and everything like that. So I know the balance is not, you can't keep a balance if you get a little nudges that we might be missing out. But there were way too many that you could see on the replay that the player wasn't even close to him and he fell. And I hate to win games like that. And that's why I lost my fanatic interest in football, as I said, when I got that type of players in the team that I loved and felt that I want to support. So yeah, but it's a part of today's football. It's something that's going to stay because they are not doing much about it, to be honest. They do a lot of things to the players that sort of trip them. And of course that needs to be done something about as well, because that's a high injury risk to those star players. But I do feel that when you look at the European Championship or the World Cup or some other international games like that, they are so afraid that they're going to have to be without Cristiano Ronaldo or without Messi or without any of those. Mbappe, for example, that's another player that I don't like him because he dives way too much. And yeah, all of those players, they don't want to lose them out because it's so much commercial value to have them play every game. So even though these VAR situations can prove that they did throw themselves, or whatever you should call it, they didn't, they weren't tripped, they were diving. So even if war picks it up, you still don't get anything. It's just that, oh, well, it wasn't something that the defender didn't trip you. So no free kick, no nothing, no yellow cards, nothing. And you don't give anything to the player that tried to cheat his way to get a penalty, to get a free kick in a dangerous position, to stall the game, or anything like that. And I'm just bamboozled about that, because it's so important. The money has become so important that you can't follow the rules. And that's what I'm really sad about, and what really does make me cry for today's football, because I think it's such a shame that we can't seem to get a hold on that, and that they refuse to get a hold on it. It's not just that we can't get a hold of it, because we could have, if you really looked at those war things, or VAR as they call them. If you really took a look at them, and because you could, so many times you can see that they are acting like Tom Cruise or something like that when they throw themselves to the ground. If you start showing the card and start showing red cards and stuff like that, and if things started to happen to those players that do throw themselves and stuff like that, then perhaps we would have a little better football and a more interesting football, because there's nothing more, what should I say, killing of the football. There's nothing that kills the football, at least for me, and hopefully for a lot of other supporters of football. There's nothing that kills it more than cheating. It's just the way I feel. For example, the God of Hand, the God of Hand, the Hand of God from 1986, where Diego Maradona jumps higher than Peter Shilton, which is ridiculous. But he didn't jump higher than Peter Shilton. He used his hand to sort of head it into the goal. And what? If you've had VAR there, would they have allowed that? I guess they would, because they couldn't do without Maradona. He was the biggest commercial thing back then. But for me, it was a real blow, because it all started, my interest in football all started in 1982, where I got to see my first World Championship, which was played in Spain, and I fell in love with the English team and with the Brazilian team, but mostly the English. But I did like the Brazilians back then as well, with all those Zico and Eder and Socrates and Falcao, or whatever their name was. They were a tremendous team, and they were a joy to behold, so to speak. So, yeah. Let's move on. So, yeah, I do remember lots of heartaches. Come on, skip to development. Speaking with him, I'm content with him. I'll skip to start. Skip to meeting summary. Wasn't very interesting this time, though. I think I had too much on my mind, and I want to get us into the season so that we can look upon something, and I don't want to sit here mumble and talk history with you guys. Yeah, but that's something that have killed the football for me. When I started, as I said, back in '82, there were two teams, two country two national teams that really have that that sort of way to play, and that was Argentina and Italy. Otherwise, the other teams didn't dive like that. But pretty soon, team after team, national team after national team has fallen into that. I mean, looking at when Deschamps and France had their greatest period, how many players of those were divers? I remember seeing Deschamps throwing himself to the ground, hardly even touched him, and he throws himself to the ground, and they started an attack, the opponent. I don't remember what team it was they faced, but he looked on the judge, and when the judge wouldn't give him a free kick, or he jumps up and he rushes back and he wins back the ball and then starts a new attack. So they've had their movie stars, and then there was the great period of Spain. I mean, come on, Xavi and those, Iniesta, they throw themselves to the ground when every chance they got. I mean, sure, they were pulled down as well. They were hardly marked and or marked very hard and stuff like that, but nah, they did act like movie stars as well. So most of the teams in the recent years that has won any championship, or if it's been the Euros or the World Cup, has had a lot of actors, unfortunately. And yeah, I think the only team that probably has been able to win without a lot of actors in the last 30 years is probably Germany. So, and I know that it's part of the culture as well. If you look upon the teams around the Mediterranean situation, it's a part of their game to fool the judge. However right or wrong you think it is, I think it's wrong. And yeah, I think it's bad sportsmanship to be throwing yourself to the ground. But there is a lot of people that feel that, or a lot of, especially around the Mediterranean and stuff like that, that actually do feel that they are in their rights, and that it is a part of the game, with an important thing, part of the game, to be able to throw yourself at the ground, so to speak. So a bit of a disappointment, of course, but it's the way the football is headed, and just have to accept it or stop watching it. And me personally, I haven't watched a lot of football the last couple of years, to be honest. I do have found a small interest in getting back to looking at Manchester United again, mostly because I find it interesting to see a player like, for example, McTominay. I think he's very interesting. I think he's actually got a chance to become something really great, but I think he should have been able to be there now, perhaps. I mean, he's not going to be at his best at 24, of course, but I did thought that he would be a more important player at 24, to be honest, because yeah. What is this? Still missing players in the team. Where are that player? Oh, that's the players that's been lent out. Yeah, that's for sure. Don't want to play him. Martial, that is. But do I have any striker that looks like something in here? No, we don't. So let's bring some of this. Let's have a look at them then. Ooh, he's not good. Let's have a look at the other ones here. This one, no good numbers on that one either. I think I'm going to go with this one, even though he's tired. Now, do we have a full team? I guess so. Then let's go. Yeah, now we have a full team. I'm sorry if I'm rambling away and you find me totally boring talking about old stuff and what made me sort of lose my fanatic interest in football, because I was a fanatic back in the 80s and the 90s. I'm pretty much only talk Manchester United and England, and I could talk for quite a bit about them. I remember I could just I didn't have to see the number on the shirt and stuff like that. I could just by the way they moved on the pitch and their body language when they moved, I could see exactly what kind of, oh, there comes Gary Neville, there's Roy Keane, there's Paul Scholes. Even if it was so far away that you couldn't make out the hair colors and stuff like that, you just, when you're far away in the situation where everybody looks the same sort of, I could, by the way that they did run and stuff like that, I could say that I could see which player it was that in the games. I can't do that today, that's for sure. I think it's only Sterling that I can see that, because he has his own way of running. I'm not going to say anything else about that. I think there's probably enough people that has been talking about that, so I'm not going to say anything about how he runs, but he has a special way of running which I haven't seen otherwise. So Sterling is the only one I can see from afar now, but yeah, back then I could, every single United player I could, just by looking on the way that they run and stuff, moved on the pitch and stuff like that, I could say that which player it was. So I was a bit of a fanatic United supporter and an English supporter. I love the English national team as well. Every single championship, World Cup and European Championship, I was there watching every game on the telly with my English shirt on, and yeah, cheering on every single time it went good and crying every time we went out. So yeah, that's the way it's been. Let's talk more about the game, I guess. I think it's interesting. We have I mean, it doesn't look like there are so much different things to do. It's more that it looks cleaner. The players look a little more alive. The ball moves in a better way. You have a better sort of feeling, more live feeling to the ball being handled by the player as well. And yeah, so all in all, it looks better. Looks like a cleaner version. Oh God, good goal there. So yeah, I would recommend the game, of course. I would always recommend Football Manager if you're interested in football, that is. And in the way that you need to be more interested in the managerial part, of course, as it is a Football Manager game. But I mean, if you want all of that around, which is building the stadium, handling all the the sponsors and stuff like that, building up around the arena, building your medical center and everything like that, and you're in control of everything like of that, then you probably shouldn't be buying Football Manager. But if your core thing is the football part, and then I would recommend Football Manager, because I think it's the best of the manager games when you just concentrate on the football and not on everything that's going to be built around the arena and stuff like that. So it looks good here to see all these the players and everything, and the spectators look a bit better than they did last season as well, and everything could be, I mean, to be quite honest, when you look upon it, there are most of them have either the home team or the away team on them, but they're, first of all, they're rarely mixed in together like this, and second of all, where are the players or the supporters that always take off their shirt? Every big team have some supporters that are there with their shirt off. And another thing is their body type. They're all looking like really fit dudes being at the stadium. Where are all the fat guys? I mean, loads of fat guys going to games and stuff like that. Why aren't they there? And I'm not complaining about fat guys. I'm a fat guy myself, so that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that they should be represented as well, I guess. But at the same time, it might be taking a lot of the power. It's easier to keep a generic thing that when they all look the same, they can duplicate it, and perhaps takes a lot less memory and power from the computer, so to speak. So, and then, of course, being spectators, it doesn't really matter that what kind of body type they have. But if it doesn't interfere with the performance, then of course, why not have more diverse spectators as well? But I'm not. It's not that I find myself offended or something because there aren't any fat guys at the arena. I don't really care about it in that way. But if you want a more realistic look, then you need the fat guys as well. And it's very often that the fat guy is the one without the shirt as well. So, because there's larger room to write the team names and stuff like that on the body, which is kind of cool as well. So yeah. Anyway, now I'm going way off topic here and talking about stuff that is completely irrelevant, to be honest, because you don't really look at the spectators, do you? You are most of the time concentrated on what's happening on the pitch. And we are 2-0 up here, but we are facing an incredibly bad team, aren't we? Dag and Reed, aren't they way, way, way down in the system? And we managed to get a 2-0 win, which didn't look like the best of games. They did have a couple of chances and stuff like that. So, yeah. Comfortable, yes, but 2-0 against Dagenham and Redwood, which is in the, let's see here, National League. So they're not even in the professional leagues. I mean, they are a professional team, but they're not. Well, I don't know, actually, to be honest, because that's way back in the 80s. And that's when the Premier League was called Division 1. Then it was that the Division 1, Division 2, Division 3 and Division 4 were the professional leagues. And under that, which National League is, That's where the amateurs or semi-professionals played. So yeah, that's the way it was back in the 80s anyway. And I haven't really kept up with the information if that have changed or not, or they really don't talk about it anymore. So let's move on. We have another friendly coming up. Should of course be aware of that we are, first of all, in a pre-season. Second of all, they have a new manager, we have a new way of playing, and so on and so forth. It's going to take a while before everything gets familiar for the player and for me as a manager and everything. So I'm guessing that perhaps they should give me a little less pressure this season, and then put a more they could have a EuroLeague, and I really think that EuroLeague perhaps could be the demand to retain my work at Manchester United. But yeah, at the same time, it is Manchester United, and when you come in there, you know you have star players to use and stuff like that. So yeah, it should always be challenging for the title. That is without question, so to speak. So, but yeah, it's interesting. Let's move on. I'm running out of things to talk about, to be honest. I know most of you would probably just listen to what about the football game, and would rather me shutting up about all the history and stuff like that. But I do enjoy talking about the things that I know. You can see here that our familiarity is actually rising. I think it was down here before, so that's coming up. That's good. We have I'm going to play with the exact same team. It's time for game again. Yeah, let's just go out there and let's give me some suggestions. Oh, nice stadium here. We're going to face Raja Casablanca. Let's hope that we can give them a game then. As I said, this is the beta, and we are going to play as long as I find the energy and have the time to play it today. So this can be a long episode, I don't know. I do hope that we at least get a couple of games into the league season. It sure has taken us a long time, I feel, to get through this pre-season stadium of the thingamajig. I really want to get to that, what should we call it, transfer day, where the transfer window closes, so that we can see what happens on that day, because I know that there's supposed to be a lot of changes in that, where agents from the players and stuff like that do contact you and stuff like that. That's what they've said anyway, so that's interesting, and could be really cool to find out if that is how that looks. So yeah, it might only be this episode as well when it comes to the beta, but I do know that I'm going to try and start something on 22 once the game comes out, and to be honest, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be Manchester United that we are going to be playing with then, because now we have Welling in the 2021, and I'm going to continue to record videos for Welling, on the 2021 because I can't move that save to this, of course, but we're going to continue that as long as I'm manager for it, and as long as I feel that I think it's fun and having a good time, or as long as you're watching. As long as I get views, I will probably continue. But I mean, as it is now, I don't have very many people looking upon my channel, and if that continues and I sort of feel that it's getting boring to play with Welling, there is a big chance that I will take that away, stop playing it. But otherwise, I don't. If there's a lot of people looking at Welling United and feeling that I should be continuing with it, I am certainly not going to stop playing it, of course, even if I grow tired of it. So, but it doesn't look like that at the moment. I'm having a tremendous time playing with Welling United. I find it very satisfying. And oh, header by Lingard. Yeah, I'm not going to do any of the set pieces stuff and stuff like that in this, because this is only trying out the beta, as I said, and yeah. Oh, and you can always skip in the video if you want to. I mean, if you want to get to where the season really starts with competitive games, and when Cristiano Ronaldo and all of those star players are back in the team, then by all means just jump ahead. I'm not going to be putting any of those time thingamajigs on it because I really don't know how to do that yet. I'm hoping that I will learn, because it would be sort of cool to put in those time thingamajigs. Oh, let's see here, but oh, McDale! Great. What a goal from him. But it would be great if you have 4 games that you're playing and people are only interested perhaps in the games, want to see my reaction when we score or when we lose and stuff like that. I do make some noises when we score and stuff like that. But if it's the game is the only thing that is interesting, it would be nice if I could learn how to put that time tags in so that you could jump to every game. Just jump to the first game and then you look at what happens there, and then you jump to the next game. So, but for now I haven't that knowledge, so it's not going to happen. I guess I'm gonna have to be looking up a lot more about YouTube, but I've had hard time finding the time to record the videos that I do, so yeah, I do have to be aware of what I do with my time in order to find the time to do this and City Skylines, as I also play and put up on YouTube, of course. But it goes good here, I think, but we do have some problem, and you're getting very tired. And Casablanca shouldn't be a very hard team for us to beat. And there's another goal by Mason Greenwood. That's good. He's first in this game, though. But we're playing an okay game here. But they are creating chances, which is interesting. And they were very close of scoring there. And we have Bailey and Lindelof in the defense, so that's kind of strange that they can do that to us. But I'm actually, Pogba and McTominay should be coming in now, I think. Oh, they should have been brought in for about 10 minutes ago. Okay, let's go with them. And this is the player, yeah, deep line defending. Oh, what's this? Is it a penalty? Yeah, he pushes Bailey, so, and he's going to be taking this. It's Juan Mata, and he scores 4-0 to Manchester United here. Could be an interesting thing to see how long we would keep our job at Manchester United if we do start Football Manager 2022 with Manchester United. Oh, Juan Mata, beautiful goal. He really looked that was a beautiful goal. Let's see, let's continue this game. And as I said, it leans to that I will be playing as Manchester United. I see no reason to start another down at the bottom thingamajig, and I don't want to start as unemployed manager at the moment, that is, anyway. So I'm gonna go with this. That's all there is to it. They get their goal. That's not good. But as I said, it looks like Manchester United is going to be the team that we're going when we start Football Manager 2022. Yeah, I love English football. That's pretty much where I stay most of the time when I play Football Manager. I rarely leave England. I do create a lot. I bring in so many leagues. I could move to Italy or Spain or Sweden or Norway, and I bring so many playable leagues into this, but I rarely ever leave the club that I start with. So yeah, I grow attached to the team, to the players and stuff like that, so it's hard for me to leave once I do pick a team to play with. So yeah, so we're gonna be continuing this for some time. I don't know how long it is until the start of the league, but I'm getting, I think it is in August, isn't it? So there is a couple of more friendly games. I guess this is also something, Celta Vigo scouting report. This is a new one as well, that you can see all that every players, they have a connection in every position in the team. It's frightening. So, but at least these two we have as friendlies before. Let's go into schedule here, and we can see we have 3 friendlies before we have Chelsea in the Premier League. You know what? I was thinking, I don't know when is the transfer deadlines. Can I see that in the calendar? I think it is the end of August, isn't it? It's not that I want to jump to the end of. Let's go into calendar. And let's jump into August, and there, the transfer windows closes there. Yes, so if we jump to the 8th of August, or should we say the 10th, if we take a vacation until the 10th, we will have a lot of inbox things to go through. But then we have the league game starting up there after that against Chelsea, and or maybe we should go 6th. So hopefully we have everybody. We take the 5th. I'll take the 5th. Go on holiday until the 5th. Yeah, this will be great. Reject all offers. We don't want to sell anybody or lend anybody. Use the current match tactics. Yeah, use the current team selection. And then we get a Galatasaray where hopefully everybody's back. All of the players that are on holiday is hopefully back then, so that we can play with the first team that is intended against Galatasaray with Cristiano Ronaldo and all of them. And hopefully we can get on with the season. So because I don't know when all those players comes back, and I sort of just want to get there now. So let's move it. A bit funny. I actually have copied the graphics from 2021, and it doesn't seem to work on Manchester United. So that was a bit sad to see. Doesn't seem to work on most of the Premier League, if any. I do have also installed that real name, because otherwise it wouldn't be Manchester United, it would be Man U FC. And yep, so to get, and there of course Juventus would have been Zebra, but we do have Juventus in this version here. So we're just waiting out now our holiday so that we can get back there. The 5th, we want to use all our God-given talents that we have in this club and face Galatasaray and try to see what we can do against Chelsea in the first league game after that. I'm really excited for this season, to be honest, to see what we can do. And it's going to be an interesting thing once the game comes out, and everything points at this moment to that I'm going to be playing Manchester United. I'm going to be playing a Manchester United save for when I start a new FM22, which is going to happen when the game comes out in full version. This is only a beta, so we're only going through some stuff and things that we want to look upon, and we're pretty much gone through what I think is new and stuff like that, except for of course the transfer window, the transfer day, or whatever they call it. And that's, I think I want to get there. After that, I don't think I'm going to be recording. I'm going to continue to play this, I guess, until the full version comes out. But I think I'm not going to record any of it. I'm going to be playing it in my spare time, if I can find any of that. And yeah, but this is just a look upon the beta, and 48 news. I don't think we have time to go through it, so let's just jump through all of these news. Hopefully there aren't any important news here. Yeah, let's go. Here we reached the end of it. Yeah, and we have one transfer new. What is that? Out. Phil Jones. Somebody wants to loan Phil Jones. I don't think I want to lend him out. I want him as a reserve here. So let's say no to that. Nemanja Vidic. I don't want to lend him out, so let's say no to that. Hannibal. I don't want to sell him. So let's say no to that. Juan Mata, I don't want to loan him out, so let's say no to that. Antonio Martial, I don't want to lend him out, I want to sell him if possible, to be honest. If we can find a replacement for him, that is. Let's see, is Cristiano Ronaldo and all of those? Yep, everybody seems to be back from holiday now. So let's go clear the team selection, and we can sort of bring them out of the competition now, the under 23 and under 18. And as I said, I'm going to go in when it comes to Antonio Martial, and we're going to go transfer. He's on the transfers list already. All right, but I don't want to lend him out, so I'm going to go like that, and then I'm going to be offering him off to clubs. And what's he worth? 32. I'm going to go 20 million then. You can have him for as little as 20 million. That should be a bargain for anybody. And is there anybody else that I would think that I should get rid of at the moment? That Matic, I don't know if he's better in the game than he is in the real life. In real life, I think he was great in Chelsea. When he was under Mourinho in Chelsea, he was great, but nah, I haven't seen him play good since he arrived at Manchester United, I have to say that. And I didn't think that he was really good at the end of his career in Chelsea either. At the very end in his Chelsea career, he wasn't very good there either. So, yeah. And I'm going to say, let's give me 2.5 million and here's yours. Let's see if anybody goes for that. Other than that, I think I'm pretty satisfied, and I'm going to be moving on. We're going to have our friendly against Galatasaray, and that's going to be interesting. Let's see what happens here now. Offers for Matic. So Benfica, Norwich and Burnley are all interested in him. 2.5 million. Yeah, let's go. Accept that offer. Accept that offer. And accept that offer. And then Martial, there are somebody. Bayern Munich wants to buy him for 20 million. Yeah, sure. Here you go. You take him if he wants to sign for you. Let's hope I don't have to, or I don't want to pay any money for that. Let's see here. Antonio Martial, transfer loan. What's that? Matic. 5 offers. Let's see. Let's have a look at those then. Which one? Transfer offer made from Wolves. Yeah, sure, Wolves. You are allowed to buy him as well. Of course, you have the right to mix into the amount of clubs that's been trying to sign, that wants to sign him. Now we have that, and then we have attached a summary of the report compiled by Galatasaray, and yeah, they have a very compact situation here and a bit. So let's see what we can do against them then. Let's go, let's go, let's go. What I am thinking about, something in the tactics that I might have forgotten to put. I don't know. We're gonna have to. I'm gonna take a look in the tactics here, because I'm getting some. Let's see here. In possession. Yeah, this is a way I always play with this, because that's the way Gary Neville, David Beckham played like that, and Dennis Irwin with Ryan Giggs played like that. So yeah, and when the Frenchman, can't remember his name right now. That's strange. He's a tremendous left defender. Or was a tremendous, because his career is over, of course. But I can't remember his name. It's just vanished from my head. But if you're a Manchester United supporter, and if you've been following along, and if you do have remember his name, I'm sure you're going to remember the black player that on the left side there, that I think he was in some dispute with Sanchez from Liverpool. some racist stuff that was happening there, if I don't remember wrong. Anyway, yeah, I'm sure you know who I'm talking about, and I can't. Evra? Wasn't his name Evra? Yeah, whatever. They all always had that overlapping so that they could come in and sort of get good crossings in. Here's the financial situation. We have lost 1.7 million this month. Ooh. That's a lot of money. But yeah, not for this club, I guess. So let's move on. I want to reach that. So familiarities is way back. Oh, I need to put the players in order to see the familiarities. And then they have, oh right. I've been mistaken there, to be honest. Because in my mind, I thought that was something that you train, that a team trained. But here I can see it's all about who you use in the team. Okay, so let's go with the players that I think should be the first team now. Luke Shaw. They're all tired, all of them, but yeah, that's the way I'm going to play with the players in their position that I think that they should be playing here now. So let's see. We're going to be using, who are we going to be playing on the right and who's going to be playing on the left? I think we're going to have Sancho on the right, and then as a central midfield, we're going to have McTominay, I think I want in that defensive positioning. And I'm actually going to choose Bruno Fernandes there in the box to box, and maybe he's got something. No, he's brilliant as a box to box. That's good. And then of course at the left we'll have Lingard, and then up front I think we're going to deal with Cristiano Ronaldo as that deep lying forward, and then Cavani or Greenwood. Let's start with Cavani, and we put Greenwood on the bench. Now we have placed De Gea. Then we want a right. He's actually a right and a left defender, Dalot. So let's start with that, and then we want 2 central defenders, and we want a left defender. Let's filter in some other players here. Let's have a look at the left. I think we're going to go with Fernandes there as the left. And then we want a right midfielder as a substitute there. We have Juan Mata. Let's go with Juan Mata. Then we want a defensive. We're going to go with Fred. And then an offensive, or Van der Beek or Pogba, right? I think I'm going to go with Pogba. And then we're going to have strikers to be... We don't really have any good... We have Greenwood. After that, we don't have any really good strikers, to be honest. I was so sure that we had a lot of good strikers in Manchester United at the moment. But let's give McNeil a chance to become something. And then we have... No, we have missed out on something. Yes, I can see now what it is. So I'm going to take away those 2 because we have forgotten to choose somebody to be a left midfielder in the reserves, from the reserves, play in the second half or something. So I'm thinking Shortire. I know he's supposed to be a really promising player, so let's play with him, or let's have him as a reserve, and then we can take Greenwood, McNeil, and as the extra we have Van der Beek. So it's going to be hard to play 4-4-2, to be honest, especially since we have McTominay and Pogba and Fernandes, all central midfielders. I know that Pogba can probably play on the left side as well, but I think that's the waste of his talent, and I think perhaps Lingard could be a better option there. I am also thinking that maybe I should be either playing, I think maybe I'll take down one of the, play with just one striker and put Pogba or Bruno here and then Pogba down here, but I want to start like this. I'm a big fan of 4-4-2, so yeah, let's go with this and let's see what we can do. We now have the team finished. Now we need to go to the dressing room and talk to the players, and let's see what we can get out of this game against Galatasaray, which is the last pre-season game. So pump our fist and show me what you got. So give me a selection headache. Here's Galatasaray, and let's kick off and let's skip this. Let's see what happens here. Bruno, Shaw, Varane, Bruno, Varane, Shaw. It's going to be interesting, a little more interesting now, at least for me, when you all of a sudden have the first team playing, to see if we can get this system to work with these kind of players, and where we can bring United until the transfer window are closed. After that, I think this episode is over, but there's still a long way until we get to that situation. Ooh, that was brilliantly played by Galatasaray and quite poorly played by us, so yeah. And that's on the Binsaka side, yeah, I guess. Let's short. They can't seem to get the short passing really good here. And we want to press when they have the ball, and we're doing that, and it looks good to be pressing. Let's see. But I do feel that we are not the better team, not yet anyway. There they go, 2-0. So, yeah, this looks sad. It doesn't seem like my way of playing football seems suited for Football Manager anymore. I remember back, especially the very first Championship Manager that came out, 92. I remember playing 33 seasons, and I probably talked about this in one of the Welling episodes, but I played 33 seasons with Manchester United. I won the league 30 years of those 33, and came in second the other 3, and won the FA Cup a lot of times, the League Cup a lot of times, and the only thing that I had a problem with was the Champions League. I think I won it 1 or 2 times, that's all. Because back then the Champions League was way harder. Or was it the Europe? No, I think the Champions League was actually running back then, but I'm not sure if it was the Champions League or the European Cup back then. But no matter, it doesn't matter. I had a tremendous hard time to win that, and to be honest, back then, they in the 90s, especially in the early 90s, the Italian teams were really dominating Europe, together with Spain, of course. But the Premier League was, of course, started because the English teams needed a better financial situation to be able to compete with the Italians and the Spaniards. So, and now it seems like it has actually paid off since, since English teams are actually playing very good out in Europe nowadays. You can see last season, the final of the Champions League, City against Chelsea, and in the Euro League, United faced a Spanish team, though the Spanish team did win. I can't remember which it was. Was it Villarreal? I think it was, or something. So, yeah. English teams has made a lot of money out of that, and success, of course, out of the Premier League creation. But yeah, and I remember back in the days when Premier League started, one of the best paid players were giving something like £4,000 or £5,000 a week. I think Matthew Letizia had something like that back in that early Premier League days. So the salaries for players had just become exceptional. Here's Cavani, and he shoots that right over. Let's bring in Mason Greenwood instead of Cavani then. Let's see if that will make anything better for us. It doesn't look like it, but yeah. We need to try something though. But it seems like they are really playing the crap out of us. So this is going to be tough to face Chelsea in our very first league game. And yeah. And Luke Shaw is having a horrible day. But he's injured as well. Let's see if we can't take him out then. Let's hope that he's back for the league game. I'm sorry about that. I needed to sneeze. But this isn't looking good. It's looking like we're going to get some real pounding in the league. But yeah. Still want to play like this, but this is going to be hard for us to get any points. I'm thinking maybe I should take a look at what Pogba can do out there on the left side. Why are you doing this to me? Let's have him as an inverted winger. Let's see if he's any good out there on the left side. We are really playing bad today. Our numbers are really low. So, and they've come on this left side. They've had, or right side. No, left side it is. In this second half, they've actually attacked. Oh, Pogba! I think I'm gonna be playing Pogba in the left position anyway against Chelsea, because I don't think that Lingard seems to be good enough, and I certainly want to try to continue with this 4-4-2. And here's Pogba, here's Ronaldo, Greenwood, oh crap. And they hoist the ball back. Seems a little better with Pogba there on the left side. Seems like we are doing something here now, that we can create something and keep the ball in our possession, and not, we haven't made any great risks back. So yeah. Yeah, let's do something like that. So, we're gonna go to the league game now, and this is not going to be easy after that result, that's for sure. Doncaster, yeah, and he was one of them to make a real difference, hitting scores, that's good. Luke Shaw out for 1 to 3 days, well it's a week until we are going to play. We have a lot of players there on the left defense, left side that is injured. And he put in a solid performance for Markham. And so yeah, let's move on here. Should I maybe get into tactics and put Pogba right into the team there, and maybe play him as an inverted winger as in the support there. And I think we're going to go into Pogba as well and go into his training, because I want him to train that one up. So I'm going to be playing him, or training him in that left midfielder, and maybe as a winger, support winger. Yeah, let's do that. And let's give him some more training in the attacking movement. Let's do automatic. Have we set that up? Rest, normal intensity. We want double when they're fully fit. And yeah, let's have a look at the tactics again here. We're going to play him now as a, or maybe we should just be playing him as a support winger, so that the training to get into that way of playing comes quicker. And there shouldn't be a problem for him to play as a, and no problem for him to play as a complete. Maybe we haven't really done that either, have we? Let's see. We need to train this one as a ball-playing defender. That's a bit of a ridiculous thing, I think, passing. Because if I'm to be honest here now again, looking at Manchester United when they play and the way Ole Gunnar wants them to play, I mean, I love it. I loved it when Ferguson did it back in the days, when we played ourselves out of situations. We passed the ball, and we sort of yeah, we could pass ourselves out of difficult situations. But he didn't start with that, Ferguson, because he didn't have the kind of players that could do that in the start of his career. When he came to Manchester United, those players weren't able to play in that way. And then he got those players and he started to play with in a way that they could play themselves out of a hard situation when the ball gets back like that. And that's what Ole Gunnar, it looks like Ole Gunnar is trying to implement into Manchester United as well. And I could see from the last season especially, I could see that Harry Maguire might be good at many things, but he's not that good as a passer of the ball, especially not when he's being pressured and in those hard, tight situations. He often made a mistake or two. Yeah, that's pretty much. And I think the same thing about Victor Lindelof. He wasn't either. He's not either that. He's not get 14 in passing in real life. No way. Because he's not. He's neither him or Harry Maguire are players that can play themselves out of those tight situations where the other team is pressing them. And I think the only one, to be honest, the only one of the things that I've seen that is a good enough a passer of the ball to be able to play himself out of tight situations in the back is Luke Shaw. I think he's the only one, and he's got 14 in passing. I think that's good. That should be right compared to where he is in real life, I think. But I don't think that Harry Maguire or Victor Lindelof is anywhere near there. Maybe they should have 8 or 9 in passing or something like that, because in those tight situations where the pressure is, they just don't handle the passing. So many mistakes that they're doing in the passing when that in those situations. And I I know that that's the way Ole Gunnar wants them to play, because everybody wants them to play like that, but you'll have to adapt your managerial style to the type of player you have. And sure, they can train on that however much they want, and certainly they can use that in the games that they perhaps are the better, where they are the better teams by far, when we know that it doesn't matter if you make a couple of mistakes, you're still going to pretty much win the game, which is hard to find in the Premier League these days, of course, but there are still cup games and stuff like that you can still use Harry Maguire and Victor Lindelof for them to take that type of games just to train their passing skill up or something like that, instead of just putting in youngsters and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I feel anyway. I think that they lost so many games and did have a lot of draws last season because they tried to play themselves out of difficult situation where they just should have put all their power into the ball and hoist it up to the other side of the pitch, because keeping it in their own possession and trying to control the game is not the best for Harry Maguire and Victor Lindelof. Maybe Varane is another thing. I don't know. I haven't seen enough of Manchester United this season. But yeah, I might be taking a look at a couple of games, especially when you play manager as well. You sort of find yourself wanting to look at football again, because you want to see the way I play with my team and the way Ole play with his team and so on and so forth. So makes it a bit more interesting to look at that now. So yeah, that's the way I feel anyway. And so we are there where what I think is a major problem for that Ole Gunnar wants them to be able to play themselves out of that position, and I get it. Possession of the ball is a very important thing, but for the first couple of years that Ferguson took over Manchester United and the first really great team that he had, we didn't play ourselves out of any situations in the back. I mean, Bruce, Pallister, those were not players. They were more like Maguire and Lindelof, and they didn't use them as passing of the ball to pass around the ball back there. They used the midfield for that, and sure, you can pass the ball when you're in possession and they fall back, so to speak, and don't put too much pressure on you. But when you're in situations in the back when you just won the ball over, you've just taken control of the ball. They have pressure on every player, every one of our defenders and everything, and they sort of pressing to get the ball. Then Harry Maguire and Victor Lindelof, just like Steve Bruce and Gary Pallister, wasn't good enough to pass themselves out of those difficult situations. Neither are Maguire and Lindelof. So I think they should be, of course, once you get it up to the midfield and you sort of control the game again, then you can use the defenders to pass it around. No problems there. It's just that when you get in those difficult situations, you have to, yeah, put the ball away from that. When you're not good enough to pass it around in a tight, squeezy situation, then you shouldn't be doing that. It's better to hoist it far away then. So that's just a little thing that I felt that I been seeing with Manchester United nowadays. But I remember, I also remember once we got Rio Ferdinand and all of those players, we were actually more and more going into that situation where we sort of started to play like that in the back, and that is sure, if we have if the quality is there for passing the ball and in those situations, then of course we should use it, but you'll have to adapt. And I think that's one of the problems that I see with Ole Gunnar. I don't think he's good enough as the tactical manager, but I love everything he's doing around the club. I love that he's building up a youth system again. I love everything about that. I love that he is bringing the tradition of Manchester United back and stuff like that. But I'm sorry to say it, but I don't think he's good enough as a match manager. That's the only problem I have with him, to be honest. I think he sort of shown that by the failure with Cardiff and stuff like that. We're looking at Ferguson now. Ferguson is an extreme comparison, and it's going to be extremely hard to ever get a manager like that back to Manchester United, of course. But looking at what he did with a small club like Aberdeen and stuff like that, he could really challenge the big teams with a little. I mean, Rangers and Celtic were totally dominating the Scottish League, and there he came, bringing the success that he did to Aberdeen, and not only in Scotland, he brought them to the UEFA Cup victory as well. So yeah, he proved himself to be able to handle small clubs before he sort of went up to take over Manchester United, and proving himself to become a manager to be able to handle a big club as well. And yeah, we all know that he built up United as well. He got a lot of inspiration from the American market and how to sell your team with all the commercial success, with revenues coming in. Tremendous amount of shirts and stuff like that were sold, and he pretty much started that tradition here in Europe, which had been existing for a very long time in America, of course. But he brought this to Europe, where all of a sudden United brought in a lot of money because of the products that they were selling and stuff like that, the name, brand and everything. He made a big thing of Manchester United. He really created a monster of a team. Let's see here. We are clear subs. Yeah, that's right. And this time I'm gonna pick the subs. I'm gonna start with David De Gea. Then I want a defender that can play pretty much everywhere, if I can find one of those. No, I can't. So I'm gonna go with one central and one that can play both left and right. So I'm covered in the defensive department now. Let's go midfield then. I want Fred and I want Donny van der Beek. an offensive and a defensive player, and then we are pretty much, we want one that can play on either right or left as well, if we can find somebody like that. Jesse Lingard can play there, so he's good to have on the bench. And then I want a striker, of course. And I'm actually considering changing these two players. Now Henderson is still injured here, so let's give David De Gea the opportunity to start this game. Now Luke Shaw was really bad in the last game, but he's back from his injury at least. So let's see what's going to happen here now. If we have, I'm missing one player. I'm missing Bruno Fernandes. Is he? Now that's the sad part when you pick. Yeah, he's injured. Oh, I missed that he got injured. And he's expected to be out for up to 2 weeks. That's not good. Donny van der Beek is back, so he can take that position. But that's not a comfortable thing to have Bruno Fernandes, one of the best players that we've got, being injured. Not good at all. But let's hope that Van der Beek can be a good substitute for him. I think we're going to have to look at this. Yeah, he's going to be the box-to-box. He can handle that as good as all the other things. So, and we have... Oh, we can use 2 more players. What's this? Is this something new in the Premier League, that you can have 9 substitutions? I've missed that. I've not seen that before. And that's interesting. Is that something with the COVID situation? Or what? This looks pretty much the same. And I really would have loved to, when you have these, when they put 3 players like this, why can't you just sort of have just one place where you can press so that you bring all the 3 players back and you do the same to them all, because you're always going to do the same, and you should have the both alternatives. Of course, you should be able to get into each and every, but also somewhere around here there could be that you do the same to all 3 players, and you just choose the thing that you do, put your arms around and praise their training, or put your arms around, or point finger, or whatever you want to do when they train badly, and so forth, instead of having to go in on every single player to give them praise. That's sort of ridiculous that you'll have to do that. It just takes a lot of time, and when you are feeling that everything is going bad or good, or you just feel that you need to rush through some things, I want to get there, I want to get there, I want to get to that game or something like that, and then you're just gonna ignore that. You're gonna give the first player, the ones in the green, you're going to give the opportunity to get praise, and then the other ones are not going to get praise. That's just the way it is. So let's see what we can do here now. If we stand any chance against Chelsea, or if they're going to kick the crap out of us. Harry Maguire, Rafael Varane, Luke Shaw. Yeah, they're all. We've had a bad pre-season as well, since we haven't had any of our players really available to train in the pre-season. So we might be getting good later on, but we are not anywhere near that now. So I'm guessing this will be a pretty good chance for Chelsea to run over us completely. Unfortunately, but yeah, let's continue. Let's see what happens here. Here they come already. And yeah, sure, taking that ball though. That's good. So we didn't let any goals in there then. Here we go. So the season have started, lads. I'm gonna do like a thing here. I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna press this up because I want these two to be there, but I don't need to see where Chelsea has stuff and things like that. I'd rather have the league table there. And they place the league table here. I think we want the latest scores, but that latest scores are here. What is this? Visualizer? Chelsea shoot map, matching on Chelsea formation. There's something missing here, aren't there? Match stats. Yeah, we can have that there. Aren't there something missing here? Because I remember this to be a much longer list. We'll have match stats here. We can't get match overview here. That's one of the things I'm missing. But I guess that perhaps that was the skin, and this is where we have the notable events. So here's the goal scorers are going to come here, but I'm going to be missing out on the opportunity to see the attendance and stuff like that. But now we have done that at least, and now we can continue here to play Wan-Bissaka, Ronaldo. Ronaldo gets it. Oh, it's a goal by Greenwood! And we take the lead away against Chelsea. Oh my God. Oh, that's nice. Playing such a crappy game against Galatasaray and starting out this game quite good. But here they come and they equalize. They put our dreams to a shatter quite quickly. I thought we were going to have a little chance there, but anyway, let's move on. And here they come again, and De Gea makes a phantom save there. Let's go, lads. Here's the corner. We get it away by Varane. Come on, lads. You need to play better than this. Cristiano Ronaldo, of course, playing good as he is one of the best players in our team. Let's do some... Oh, no, all right. I didn't react quick enough. Here's Shaw. Here's Varane to Maguire. And he finds Sancho, McTominay, Ronaldo. Ronaldo finds Greenwood, and Greenwood scores! Oh, there's going to be a war checking. It's been disallowed. He was offside. I had a little feeling that he was, but I didn't want to jinx it, but I guess I did anyway. Here's Maguire. Sancho! Oh! But let's remember that everybody knows that Chelsea is one of the best teams in the Premier League. So we are actually making quite a good game against them. Because we are not being pounded by them. We are creating chances, and they are creating chances, of course. But we are creating chances, and we have scored. And here's another one. Pogba to Shaw, and oh! Close one there as well. And they have Lukaku, who's very dangerous, of course. Good interception by Maguire there before. And that's things like that, he's actually good. I think Maguire is giving a lot of criticize that he's not a good defender. I think he's a good defender. I don't think he's a good passing defender. I don't think he it's when he gets into those tight situations where they're very pressed for time and pressed for the situation, and then they need to find that quick pass to another defender and stuff like that to play themselves out of those tight situations in the back. That's where he isn't good enough. But as a defender, otherwise, I think he's a really good defender. And that's why I don't think that they should be using him as a as a player that's going to be playing himself out of every situation back there. We can't always retain the ball. He need to assess when he's able to be able to withhold the ball, so to speak, and be able to play himself out of those situations, and when he just needs to hoist it away, because that's something that Pallister and Bruce didn't know. They didn't know when they could pass the ball, when they were good enough to pass the ball, and when they weren't. And when they weren't, they hoisted it as far as they could, and were happy with that. And yeah, so that's the only complaint I have about Maguire, to be honest. I think he's a good defender otherwise. He's not a world class, but he's really good, that for sure, in all other aspect of the defensive situation. Yeah, but maybe it will be better now that Varane has come in instead of Victor Lindelof, and as I said, I'm doing exactly with oh, great goal! I'm doing the same thing as Ole Gunnar. I'm playing him as a ball playing. What's this? Yeah, goal awarded. I'm playing him as a ball playing defender as well, just like Ole Gunnar is doing. So I'm doing the same thing. So it's I'm not saying that I'm doing anything different, but I think they made him a lot better in this passing situation games than he is in real life. But I also think that that's the only thing that I have a problem with when it comes to Harry Maguire. And I think they should be ball playing when they are in possession and owning the game. Of course they should be passing the ball around, even to the defense and everything, to lure their players up. It's just that you can't play yourself out of every situation in the back. I mean, yeah, you could. It was beautiful to see Rio Ferdinand and the lads when they played themselves. Oh crap, Chelsea equalises again. That's too bad. Let's hope we can hold 2-2 at least, because then I'm still going to take that as a good start if we get 2-2. But I would have loved it if we get 3-2. Starting with a win would have been terrific, but I'm going to be pleased with 2-2. That's for sure. Here's Ronaldo, and he finds Sancho, but Sancho doesn't find the goal. So yeah. But as I said, I really loved when United had that really great defense. Patrick Evra, that was his name, yes. Evra and Rio Ferdinand and Nemanja Vidic, those could play themselves out of the most difficult of and tight situations that you could ever imagine, and yeah, they were good at that, and it was a beautiful thing to see. But that's Alex Ferguson knew that those players were good enough to do that. When he didn't have those good players to do that, he didn't play that way. Ole plays that way, even though, well, maybe he doesn't know that Maguire and Lindelof ain't good enough to be playing themselves out of those situations, or he feels that they just need to do it much more to get comfortable in it. Maybe that's the truth as well. I don't know. There might be some truth in that. Maybe they will get really good at that sort of play if they train and get to play it in the games enough. Maybe they will get really good at it. I don't know. But looking at the games now, I feel that is just, there's no way that Maguire and Lindelof are good enough ball players to do that. Unfortunately, because it was a lovely thing to see back in the days with Rio and the lads. But you have to play from the materials that you have. You can't play after like I'm doing. I'm doing exactly like Ole Gunnar, because I think we pretty much do love the way that we play. As when we play Football Manager, we find a way that we believe in and the way we want to play, and we stick to that. We have a little difficult to let go of that. Whilst good manager like Alex Ferguson and Klopp and whatever their names are, they always try to find a new sort of system, a new way of playing in order to improve their team. So yeah, and especially when it comes to Ferguson and those people, they play to they use a system that fits into the sort of players that they have, so that they can bring the best out of every single player. I mean, looking at the Manchester United team through the years in the 90s and stuff like that, there was pretty few really star players at some times, and he still won a lot of yeah. Okay, they want me to okay, let's stop that then. Yeah, looking back, there was a lot of teams where oh, right now brain freeze again, because I'm concentrating on the United thing, on the game here at the same times as let's just move on. Let's skip to development. And yeah, as I said, I mean, loads of the players that he had, like O'Shea, like Nicky Butt, and all of those, they weren't world-class players, but they really did their job when they played. And he knew how to use them in the best possible way. And taking a look at a player like Gary Neville, many players said he was never good enough to play for United. He was the weak link and everything that they said. But I actually think that he was probably one of the better players, not because he was a world-class right defender. He was never the best defender in the world, but he had something that most other players didn't have, and he did that up until, I mean, he played perhaps 1 or 2 seasons too long, to be honest, but up until those last couple of seasons, I remember he was injured a lot, so that's probably why he had such a hard time at the end of his career. But up until then, I don't think I saw him make a bad game. It was almost never great, but he was never bad. So he had a consistency to play to his ability week out and week in, and that was his strength. That's what made him the perfect player for Ferguson to have at that right defense, because he knew he could rely on him. He knew that even though he wouldn't be spectacular and he wouldn't be the best ever right defender in the world, he would always make a good game. He wouldn't mess up, as so many other players can have a really bad day, because he always played good. And that's just as important, especially in these positions. You can't have, if you're on, you can only have a world-class player in every position if you're a team like Real Madrid or something like that, that has, like Manchester City, that has endless amount of money to put into the team if they want to. Manchester United don't have that luxury. We don't have the money to even if we have money, and we were probably one of the better off teams in England back then, but we still couldn't afford to have a world-class player in every position like Real Madrid and Milan and stuff like that back then. So and we still don't have the financial situation to have a world-class player in every position in the team. So you need those players that instead of being the world's best player in that position, they are good every single game. They won't mess it up for you. And Gary Neville was a very consistent player throughout his career. Then the injuries brought him to make some really bad games in the end of his career. The last season he was way too slow. They were running away from him like, yeah, it looked like he was just standing there while they were running around him. So yeah, he should have ended his career once that injury came. But up until then, he always made good games. He was never bad. So yeah, he was a tremendous strength for Ferguson to have a player like that. And O'Shea was probably the same. When he came in as a substitute and played, he wasn't a world-class player, but he made every single minute that he got to play, he made it count, because he wanted to play for Manchester United. He wanted to get as much as he could. So he always made a good game. But compared to Neville, O'Shea never got to really prove that he could do that for many games in the season. The times that he did get the chance to play, he always played good, but he made some mistakes sometimes. But that kind of, at the same time, you could call that because he didn't get to play many games in the season. So, yeah. But now the football is changing, and that's why I don't think that no matter how good of a manager you get, I don't think we're going to get Swedish teams in a Champions League final like we had Malmö FF in 1979. We're not going to have Aberdeen or IFK Göteborg and teams like that winning the UEFA league and stuff like that, because there's way too much money in football now, and there is definitely no chance for them to get anywhere close to where the teams like the top teams are. There's not going to be a small country team that is going to get far in those competitions. And quite honestly, I'm looking at my Swedish team, which is Malmö FF, and they're out in Champions League, and they're getting pounded by every single team that they face. Of course, now that they've reached that they could beat out Rangers, that surprised me that they managed to win over Glasgow Rangers. But I can see so that they can absolutely they can be surprising for one or two games, because the ball is round and often determination wins sometimes over class, which happens a lot of times. But they're so long, there are so many games that they need to win, and there's no way that you can bring in that quality of players and keep them as well for an entire season to get anywhere out in Europe for these smaller clubs. And the same thing is that the smaller teams are scouted so much better today as well, that they take them already when they are very, very young, 15, 16. They are, if they've shown any talent, woof, the big clubs are there, bringing them into their clubs, and the rest gets to stay. And yeah, I mean, a player like Zlatan today would never reach the first team of Malmö FF. He wouldn't. He would be picked up before he was even before he even had the chance to play for the first team. They are already looking at them at that age and seeing them making an effort in their youth teams and stuff like that. So they don't even have that. I mean, maybe the biggest chance is if let's play with the idea that it is Malmö FF, that maybe they get 4 or 5 players like United have with the class of 92. But the only real chance that they could go anywhere out in Europe with those youngsters is if they sign some contract with the club that buys their player, that they get to be lent back to Malmö for the time until they need them, so to speak, giving them, I mean, maybe they'll sign and stay in, let's say, Malmö for 2 seasons or something like that, and then they go to the club City or United or Juventus or Real Madrid or Barcelona, whatever team that have signed them as youth players. I think that's the only chance that teams from these small countries is going to have in the future. There's no for me, there's no way that a Swedish team will reach a European final again. I just don't see it. We have the same rules as I think they have in Germany, where you can only own as much as 49% of the club, and then you don't get to make you're not the boss of making the decisions, and nobody wants to buy a club and put in millions or billions of money to a team that they don't get to control and tell what to do. Nobody wants to do that, and especially not in Sweden. There's not the commercial revenue that there is in England and those other countries, and there never will be. So yeah, here's Ronaldo. Let's see what we can do against Tottenham today then. Greenwood, not a very good header though. I think we have a good chance anyway. I mean, if we can get this sort of play to work, I don't think that we should be running dry in fitness, because I don't think that this is so much harder than others. I think it's a bit easy for them to regain fitness and Ronaldo scores. Cool. Taking the lead here at home at Old Trafford. That's good. Really good. I'm enjoying Football Manager 2022, and now I'm not. Yes, of course I'm doing. It looks great. I think we need to get an entire season up and running once the game comes out, fully loaded and fully functional and stuff like that. But for a beta and for the little thing that we have played here, it actually looks quite good, and I'm enjoying this, and I think it's going to be fun to see us bringing in. Oh, close there. I think we're going to have fun playing a Manchester United save on the Football Manager 2022. And as I said, it looks better than 21, of course. Especially the match engine here looks better. The staff meeting is an interesting thing, but as I want to reach that transfer window before we end this episode, and I don't want to be here all night. It's getting late here now, so I am getting a bit tired, and I'm thinking about going to bed, but I want to try and go at least until the transfer window is over, and after that we're probably going to end this save or this thing, when we are not going to bring it on, even if this is going quite well. We're going to restart once the game comes out, and we're going to play as Manchester United. Hopefully the thingamajinks with all the team badges and stuff like that will have been fixed as well, so that will be a thing to have in the game. Oh, Ronaldo close of scoring there. So hopefully that will be able to fix as well, so we can play with the real badges and stuff. It's always more interesting. I think, yeah, they have problems, especially I think it's Manchester United that is the big problem with that as well. With they don't want to go without earning money on their badges and their logos and stuff like that. But I think they earn money just by having their badge and their logos in this game, because people that play with Manchester United and of course they want to if they play with Manchester United and the real badge is there, then it feels more alive, and they gain supporters in that way. So yeah, Watford is I guess one of the teams that are getting money from this game, since their badge is there. And here's Tottenham. We have been the better team, but we haven't been able to score. That's a bit of a shame, to be honest. But what is this? Bruno Fernandes hasn't been used. I forgot about him. I'm having my mind is set on the transfer window and everything that we are going to see there. If we're going to get to see anything there and experience anything. Let's not hope that they... No, it looks like it's going to end in a 1-1 situation here, but maybe Ronaldo can do something here at the end. No, he couldn't. That's a shame. Here no, that ends in a 1-1. So still no lost, but we haven't won either. So we should have put Fernandes in way earlier. I forgot about that. Disappointing. Yes, we played at home. We should win at home against any team, actually, but yeah, we couldn't get, and I don't want to do that. Send the assistants, and this afterward. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Really poor performance, that completely unacceptable. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I understand that they are disappointed, so am I. Leroy Sané, they want me to sign him, and yeah, he's got some good potential, and he's already a star, but what would he cost? That's the big question. He would cost somewhere around 51 to 76 million. There's no way I have that kind of money. No way. I did sell him for 20, so we do have 52 millions, but that's yeah, we can't. We're not. No, we're not going to get him for 51. So we can't. It's not even. Let's not even bother about that. And then we go send assistant there again. And the next game is against Norwich, and that's going to be the last game that we play, because after that the transfer window is going to come up. So let's hope that we can squeeze in a win here against Norwich. I'm actually going to put Bruno Fernandes in already, so I don't forget that now. Let's play with those instead. Oh, he's still injured. Or was that? No, he's still injured. Another 3 days before his... But he looked... Oh, well. The 3-1, 2-3. Yeah, he should be back before the Norwich game, so let's keep him in. Let's remember to take him out instead. And as this is the last game, I, of course, want to play with him in that last game before the transfer thingamajig. And after the transfer thingamajig, I don't think we're going to be playing the beta on YouTube, so to speak. I'm not gonna record it. I'm gonna squeeze in, try to continue in this play, because I feel it is interesting and a bit of a learning curve to see what I can get to work and not to work, and see whom I can perhaps bring into the team, and who I can sell, and what I think about the players, because they're pretty much all going to be the same once we start everything up again in November. So let's see here. Malmo did win their home game, but since Red Bull Salzburg won 3-0 at home, they go out. So now Champions League for Malmo. That's too bad. Would have been nice to see them in the Champions League. Maybe even get to play them. Would have been fun. Since they are my favorite team here in my hometown, my home country of Sweden. Was born and raised in Malmo, so that's why I do have them as my Swedish favorite team. But to be honest, if they should ever face Manchester United in the real life as well, I'm always going to cheer for Manchester United. Manchester United has grown like a thing round my heart, and it's always the team that I hope is going to win, even when I hate them, when they played with those players that dived a lot, like Cristiano Ronaldo, and I remember we had a couple of other players like that around that time. I think, if I don't mistake myself, Berbatov had a potential to do that quite often as well, and I didn't like it. I even hated it, but I still wanted them to win, and it's just that it sort of killed my interest in looking at the game. I still looked at the results every week, and I still felt bad when they lost, and I still felt glad when they won. But it wasn't really like it was back in the 80s and 90s. So I'm hoping maybe I could get it back, find an interest again to have a look at some Manchester United games and stuff like that, especially by playing Football Manager this intensive again, and recording and stuff like that. It would be nice to have a look at it again and sort of try to build up that. And I enjoyed this summer's European Championship, where England went all the way to the final. I was so happy when Luke Shaw scored that first goal in the final, but yeah, I had to cry again, of course, when we ended up losing the final to Italy. Yet another time. I don't understand why you throw hate on the players, all the racial slurs and stuff like Saka got. But in my honest opinion, I didn't think he was any good in the European Championship. I would have preferred to see Grealish or something like that play there. The times when they brought in Saka, I would have rather seen Grealish or Foden or something like that I know that I've seen play good. First of all, I should say I haven't seen a single game with him playing in Arsenal. I still haven't seen him play in Arsenal. I'm pretty sure that he's a tremendous talent. I'm pretty sure that he can play brilliant football, but I didn't see a single sign of that in the European Championship. And yeah. And the same goes for Sancho. I didn't think he was good in the European Championship either. But yeah, it could be that I might not see the quality of the players anymore. But I didn't think he was very good, or any of those were any good. And yeah, let's see who we draw here then. Ajax, Villarreal, and Fenerbahce. What in God's name kind of team is that? From Hungary. Oh, right. Cool. Cool. We're going to go to Hungary and play. And Spain and to the Netherlands. Interesting. But you're not going to get to see that. Sorry, guys. Let's go on here. Let's see. Let's move on. We need to play one more game and then we have the transfer window and then we're going to call it quits. And the next 2022 thing that I will be recording is when the full version comes out. And I'm 99.9% sure that we're going to start a Manchester United thingamajig and try to bring them back into the glory days of Alex Ferguson. But who knows, maybe it will all end with me being sacked after the first season. But I'm going to do what I can, and I'm going to use, of course, even if I won't record anymore, I still have a couple of days to play this game and learn more about the Manchester United team and everything like that. I'm not going to do any press conference about the Champions League. We need to get through this Norwich game. So I'm going to see what I can learn and stuff like that. And see if I can improve myself and the Manchester United team that I'm taking care of here. So let's just do this. Cristiano Ronaldo has trained? No, he's never trained bad. That's a lie. Warn the player, criticize, put my arms around, and he's positive about it though. So let's go on. So I'm only going to go to this day, or maybe this day, and then we're going to call it quits. And I'm going to be playing all of this beta thingamajig off camera, and then I will come with a completely new save and a completely new start, and we're going to play Manchester United most likely, and hopefully we can have a couple of nice seasons to look forward to. But there is a chance, of course, that everything will be coming crashing down already before we end our first season. So we'll just have to see. Now, Fernandes is back, but they recommend he plays for 45 minutes. But I'm going to play those 45 minutes at the start. So if things... yeah. Let's hope we have a couple of goals ahead and then can bring in Van der Beek to play there. So yeah, let's go on with this. Let's play. Yeah, I know he's lacking, but I mean, some of these players have been playing together, and most likely in that way. Let's pump the fist. Let's go there. Let's go to the tunnel and send assistant. And we skip this intro here, and the game is off, lads. The last game of this beta test here is running, and we are facing Norwich. And they start out good here. They are controlling the ball here. Shaw dropped the ball as quickly as he gained it, so Luke Shaw shot. Oh, you can see here, there's a visualizer here. I don't know if this was in the previous version, to be honest. I haven't really looked at that visualizer like that, but here we go in, and oh, saved by Gunn. See here that the things is happening. I can't recall things happening like this in Football Manager 2021, so that's I think that's a new added thing that they have put in there. Here's Van Bissaka. Can he get the ball in? He can, and nobody really is there, but oh, what a scream on there! Mason Greenwood makes it 1-0 for us. Let's hope for a win here. We deserve to end this beta test with a win, and it is Norwich. We shouldn't be having any bigger problems with Norwich. I guess if we're Ole Gunnar, we do. I think, to be honest, I think Ole Gunnar has a better chance against teams like Liverpool and Chelsea and City and stuff like that, but he really struggles in the games where we are supposed to win, like the Norwich games, like there's those Southampton and teams like that where we really should be winning with 2-3 goals. That's where he's struggling. And sort of he can't find the keys to unlock those tight defending teams. Oh, close there. But he's really good to play in a counter situation where he sort of brings the team back and defends and sort of can switch from defense to attack in a quick second. I think that's where most of the things really work really good for Ole Gunnar. He's not going to win. He's not winning every game against those better teams either. But I think he's doing a better. They are playing better against the good teams than they are against the bad teams, and it feels like it's they have a greater chance of winning the game when they're faced with those good teams rather than the bad teams like Norwich. Is he going to get a penalty here? Yes, penalty awarded. They brought down Cristiano Ronaldo. So maybe we can make a second goal here. Ronaldo scores. 2-0. Man United. Glory, glory, Man United. Glory, glory, Man United. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. We're going to end. It looks like we're going to end this with a win. This beta test. And that, I didn't have the time to check where we were in the league table. I was thinking that perhaps we can have a quite respectable league situation when we leave this beta. Well, we're up in the, was it 5th perhaps or something like that, some Euro. position we did have at the moment. Press, come on lads, press, let's get that ball away from Norwich. Yeah, thank you, sure, that's good. Here's Varane, here's McTominay, here's Ronaldo. Is anybody getting tired? Not really. Here's Sancho, and Sancho gets the ball into Ronaldo, and Ronaldo, oh, that's good. When I'm recording this, and I'm going to try to at least release it tomorrow, but I don't know if I find the time or stuff like that. So, but I'm going to try and release it at least the latest tomorrow. And I'm recording this on it's Saturday. Let's see, exact date is the 23rd of October. And tomorrow, United are going to face Liverpool. I think it's on Old Trafford. So I'm actually, more worried about them playing at home against Liverpool than away, because Liverpool aren't going to be playing in that just as offensive as they would have done if it were played on Anfield Road. So, but we're still going to have a game where we're going to be, from time to time, be pressed by Liverpool, because they are, to be honest, at the moment a better team than United is, and that's where Ole Gunnar's way of play so far has been better, I think. So there is a chance, of course, that will be a good thing for us, and perhaps we can beat Liverpool tomorrow if we have a bit of luck as well. Let's see here, Van Bissaka. 2-0. I think we need a third goal to feel really secure, but it doesn't seem to be wanting to happen here. Luke Shaw, Sancho, I don't know. Do we have anything on the bench that is interesting to bring in? We have Juan Mata, we have Cavani, Fred, Dalot, Lindelof. I think maybe we're gonna take out Van Bissaka and put in Dalot, and take out Greenwood and bring on Cavani. Here's Fernandes with a free kick. Ooh! Just inches away and that would have gone. Oh, it was so late in the game. None of them came in. Yes, Cavani did get a play a couple of seconds, and so did Dalot, but not long enough to even get a rating. So yeah, it's not. So we end with a win. That's good. That's good. So Preston. Well, that was the first game we didn't concede a goal. So sorry about that being in Swedish. I forgot about those messages showing up. Maybe I should have tried to make it into an English version so that you could understand what that happened, especially now in the beta, of course. But yeah, let's not mind about that. Let's move on. Instead, we want to find Harry Maguire injured. No, he's only out for 2 days. So now let's rush to that interesting transfer window. Let's see what we can get out of that one. And we're going to take part in it because, as I said, we want to find out how that looks. And this is probably the last thing that have made any major issues or major changes to. So I pretty much have shown most of the things. I think there is this. There is, of course, the the defensive situation here as well that you can use. Let's see. No, you can't. Yeah, this wide center backs. We haven't shown that off, but yeah, you sort of. It's a role. You can't play two. You have to have at least 3 central defender to play this one, and you can have them attack and stuff like that if you want to. And pretty much when you play in some other way, it's a new. That's another new thing that, but we haven't been able to take a look at that just yet because we haven't played with 3 central defenders. We have only used 2 in the game, so let's get going here. Data hub introduction. Let's take a little data hub introduction now. Let's have a look at it. What does it say? This is your data hub. Your analyst will compile information here to help better understand the underlying data from your performances. There's overview, data hub, and this is a lot of things here, and yeah. Analyst of your attacking and defensive situations, and there's team attack. We are performing well above average in attacking statistics, which is great to see. We are performing above average in defensive statistics, but not in everything. We are good here at those 2, but everything else, this is tackle we have good as well, but then we have all these 3 here, and this one up here, and this one here. We are not performing even in the Premier League average. So yeah. So let's go to the next one. There's the analyst teams also produce data visualization. These are the number of different visuals that can be provided. Each comparison a part of a bigger picture on how we are actually performing. Yeah, and then we can expand this visualization here. All right, we can't do it right here. It happened. We are performing well above the, yeah, take a high number of shots per 90 minutes compared to average. Compiles a relative average percentage of passes. All right, so goals per game is we're not there yet. Tackles one ratio is okay. Pass completion ratio is not within the right. Shots on target is quite low. That's not good. Shots per game is high though. That's good. Expected goals against per game is good. Conceded goals per game, not very good. Expected goals per game is extremely good. Yeah. So let's press next. Display in, yeah, let's push that then. We can't. What's that then? If you're interested in keeping track of the visualization, pin one of them to instruct the analyst team to save it in the team. Okay, that's interesting. And then we have this, key findings. Your analyst can also provide key findings about your team. This where they apply the skills to draw conclusions from the data about how we're playing. Second half momentum. Yeah, interesting. And here we have, you'll be able to see the last few reports and visuals from the analytic team displayed here. So general performance in the Premier League, match report from that one, player reports. All right, Jude Bellingham. I haven't even faced him. I don't know why he's shown up there, but all right. This is where we keep the team analytics. When you pin and with a visualization, raise your team. All right, interesting. Edit, you can edit that as well. All right, ask for, and we can ask for team attacking, general performance, possession, attacking frequency. It is an interesting, and it is something that I'll have to go through without. I'm just going to go through it in this way with you guys, and then I'm going to have to go through it myself without YouTube. You can find specific visuals by using keywords related to what you're interested in. All right, you can type in something there. All right. Or you can use that one to, all right. That's a load of things to keep track of, that's for sure. This can be a little overwhelming, I guess. And we're back out in the, this is the game against Norwich. And you can go in and look at all those thingamajings. Yeah, each match report shows the results and GX for both teams. Previous match reports, interesting. And Liverpool versus Man United, you can see here. This is reporting the next opponents are found here. These reports, yeah. So this is, you can also see how they play and use that. That's interesting as well. And the way they play, the tactics like that. Key findings on Liverpool is not available yet. And that's, yeah, look at all these statistics. That's just going to drive me mad. And we're finished here. So the data hub is definitely interesting. And yeah. It's, as I said, it's really interesting. Let's go. Where do we find the pathing thing? I'm already forgetting last match. I think here we have the passes in the last game. And we can see that we pretty much keep it here. And back to the goalkeeper. We don't have any real passing up here, which is a bit of a shame. Cristiano needs to get all the way back here to get the ball. But we have a short passing game, so of course we should be keeping it around this place as well. But yeah, maybe be a bit longer balls. Let's move on. We want to get through this as well, and it's getting really late here for me. So, and I'm going to try and edit it and everything today, and I'm already getting tired, so that's going to take a lot of time, because I think we played for about 2 or 3 hours, something like that now. So it's a long thing to edit as well. So we're going to decline that one, and let's have a look. Now we're getting close to this. I hope it doesn't take forever, but I think it's going to take quite a long time. And we're going to skip this meeting if we can. Request summary into inbox. Yes, let's do that this time, because we've had that so many times. Call the question. No, I don't want to answer any question at the moment. Let's move on. Let's see what happens. Let's see. We're not going to be interested in any player, and we're going to have to. But we are going to be saying that we want to participate in the transfer deadline, and let's see if we will get agents to contact us, because that's one of the things that's going to be added, I think, with this thingamajig. So agents are going to come in and tell us that you can get this player for a little bargain. Buy him. He's interested in playing for you. I mean, stuff like that. And yeah, we'll just I'm hoping for an interesting transfer deadline day. So let's get this moving. Come on, you're sort of taking a lot of time now, me friendlies. Oh, I would love to play that game, Liverpool. That is the next game, but I'm not going to play it because we're going to end when the transfer window closes. That's when this episode is over. So if you're not interested in seeing anything about the transfer windows, I bid you farewell and I say good night or good morning or whatever. I hope you have a wonderful day if you go away now. But I'm going to be taking part of this. And let's see what happens here then. Ooh, this is a lot of information that I've never seen before. And really don't know what to do here. Yeah, Erling Haaland, of course we're interested in him, but we have no way of getting this kind of money together. If we are to buy anybody, it will be someone like Christian Eriksen, but we couldn't solve it last time, so I don't think I want to pay that much. And in hindsight, I think we have enough of central midfielders, even if I really love Christian Eriksen. He's a really good player. I don't think he's good enough for us. He's not going to take the position of Bruno Fernandes. And we have Van der Beek as a reserve after that. And Van der Beek, I think I want to put my effort into him and give him an opportunity to get into the team. So if any, I think it should have been Gareth Bale if we should try and sign somebody. But I don't think Gareth Bale is interested in signing for us now that we have done what we've done with him, so to speak. And I don't think he's even... I think he's already left Real Madrid, it seems like. I think I should have him on the short list still, but he's still in Real Madrid. And they've lowered the price. Let's make another offer for him and see what happens. Let's say... and we take away these two and we just suggest 5 million, then we are above what they want, but he's going to be cheaper than he was last time, and they're accepting that. So let's make that offer and see if Gareth Bale is going to sign for us or not. It's going to be interesting. So yeah, attacking interest, attracting interest. Telles and Victor Lindelof are both players that there are people that want, teams that wants to buy, I guess. Contracts expiring. That's in our team. So that's probably players that we should try to get rid of or sign new contracts with before we don't get anything for them. But I think we're going to keep them for now. Phil Jones is transfers listed. So, yeah, all right. So Ole Gunnar has transfers listed him before. Okay, then I really should have taken that offer that they gave me. No agent offer. There are currently no agents who have been in touch with players interested in joining us. So we'll have to see what that happens there. Now let's start negotiations with will play player in preferred. Yeah, that can be fixed. He's going to be playing as a left midfielder, that's for sure. And let's finalize that. He's a squad player. Let's try to bring down that and agent's fee as well. And the signing on fee. Let's keep the rest then. Suggest that and they accept that. So maybe we'll get Gareth Bale to Manchester United anyway. And we are expecting any for Victor Lundgren before. I don't think I want to sell him, but I'm not going to talk about that. If there comes a really good offer for him, maybe we will, but I don't think so, because we don't have any real reserve in the defense if we sell Victor Lindelof. That's now we have agent offers. Agents here: Marco Asalanso, a midfielder. I don't want a midfielder. I have good midfielders. That's another one. Right defender. Van Bissaka might not be the best of players, but I don't think he's good enough either. And it's 19 millions. It's a bit of something to but he is estimated value from 71. No, that's wages. Sorry, I thought it was 71 million to 90 million pound, but no, that's per week, what he wants per week. So no. Rutger has been transfers listed by his club. My clients might not be available for much longer, considering the major interest in him from various clubs. There are various clubs after him. He's in Chelsea. I don't want a Chelsea player. Quite honestly, you have to have a really good player if you want to take them, sign them when they are transfers listed in the other Premier League clubs. So that's not out of the question. Mbempa, they want to sell him, but no, I'm no interested in him. And no interested in him. Well, he could be. Maybe he's better. I don't think he's better than Lindelof. So let's not go there. Monaco has that player for sale. I want to sell that one. Or is whatever. No interesting players. And still Telles and Victor Lindelof are the two that there are players interested in. So let's go up here. And question from Sports about now Premier League registration window, squad registration. We have to register. Oh my god, I'm gonna go auto select and confirm, because we have no time for that. Now Ajax want to loan this player. Now if I didn't need him as a substitute for the right midfielder, I would have tried to sell him, not loan him out. He's not a player that you lend out. You lend out players that are promising youth players. Players that are getting that old, you keep because they are good reserves, and if you don't want them as a reserve in your team, you sell them. You don't lend them out. At least that's my feelings when it comes to that kind of thing. Here we can see what's happened here. It's transfer news. I guess this is what is going on, that they are trying to buy. Interesting way of presenting all of here. There's transfer news. This is concerning. Oh right, let's go concerning England. You can't. Yes, you could. So this is English transfer. Interest from transfer news, and looks a Northampton player that Portsmouth is rumored to be interested in. This is actually kind of cool. It looks good, that's for sure. It's a little bit much to take in right at the start like this, but it looks good. It definitely looks good. But as I said, it's a bit much to take in right now. But I guess playing a couple of seasons with this sort of deadline day thingamajig will be cool at the end. You will learn more about it yeah, from time to time when you the more you play it, of course. And yeah, testing waters for possible move with this one. Torgan Hazard is an average player. He can play both left and right, just like Jessedin Lingard. And I could have used, but the amount of money they want for him, all the way up to 34 millions. I don't think I have. He's not that good of a player, and he's getting old, 28. So that's a kind of a high price for a player like that. I mean, would have loved. If he was 17 or 18, something like that, he would most likely be worth that kind of money, and we would definitely be putting in an offer to get that into our club to be a promising player for the future. And yeah, but he's way too old and costs too much. So if anything, if we should be trying with that one. Oh, he disappeared now. Where did he go? Hazard, down here. So if we should try for him, I was thinking maybe we should see what we can do in a situation like, see if there is any interest in, where do I do that then? I want to place a fee, and I want to add players to exchange, and add player, no, other player, senior squad, Juan Mata. And I don't know what Juan Mata is worth, so let's say I give you 15 millions and Juan Mata, and let's see what your response to that is. Your response is to raise it to 35. Okay, I give you 25 then, suggest. And they accept that. I lowered it with 10 millions and they accepted it. So Juan Mata might be going to Dortmund, and we might be getting Torgan Hazard. I guess that's it's quite a lot of money though to put up, but to have because he's going to be a reserve player. He's not going to be a first team player, but he's going to be the first reserve perhaps. Gareth Bale signs, that's good. Interesting to get Gareth Bale here to Manchester United. Let's continue. Nice with the color as well. You feel that that there is something special happening in the game. But I guess if you play a team that has a yellow color, then you don't feel that special thingamajig. So, but here we get transfer news, and let's go back to deadline day, because it seems like there are coming new players here every time you sort of press on it. Here we have a defender that could be interesting, but he's way off wants to play for United, and he's playing in Brighton at the moment and worth that kind of money. That's weird. But he has a potential to be a really good player. So let's do like this. We are going to get into him, and look at this. He has the potential to be better than Fambin Saka, that's for sure. So I'm gonna, let's see here. We're gonna add him to the shortlist indefinitely. So I'm gonna keep an eye on him and see if they want to sell him, if they were gonna throw him at me. Transfer story has leaked about him. And now we're gonna talk to, let's have him as a squad player. What kind of salary? Can we lower that to 100 and just give him 5 and 500,000, 200, 200,000 if we win the Champions League. 25. And then let's raise assist bonus to 17. I just want to keep it sort of even. Unused sub, let's go down to 13,000, and let's see. He won't do that. Let's give him 100,000, and you have to take it or you don't get anywhere. 5 million is a signing on, or you won't get here. 500,000 for you, or he won't sign here. Okay, he can keep the Champions League, he can keep the appearance bonus, and he can keep the unused sub, because that's where he's going to be most of the time. So, but then he wants a lot more. Maybe this is not going to end very well, so I'm going to remove that. I'm not going to give him a raise every season. That's something. Okay, 35,000 in appearance fee. Okay, he's sort of earning more with that, so that is kind of stupid, really. Gold bonuses. I'm just gonna say yes to the rest of it, actually, because I need to get this episode over and done with. So let's see if he wants to sign for us. Now Gareth Bale have signed for us, so let's go left midfielder, winger, support, and let's give him attacking movement to work upon, and of course normal intensity. Let's go, let's see what happens. Pressure there too, and he won't sign. He won't sign for Dortmund, so the deal is off. We're not going to get him, and I don't want to spend the money without getting rid of him. So I'm thinking, should we try to get this player? Let's make an inquiry. Do we have time for that? And let's see. Social feeding here. Come on, come on. We have an answer or what? And we have, they want 51 millions for him, and they want installment 6 months. Oh, the color really doesn't really fit into this one, I must say. So they want an additional fee of 46.5. I'm not allowed to play like that. I'm going to interact with board. Why would you spend such a big amount of money on a player who doesn't move the needle for us? I don't know. No. Are we going to enough how important I believe this to be? You can ask as much as you want. Okay, okay, accept. We won't be able to sign him either, so we have current season transfer. We have 74 millions to play with, so we could remove, and we could give you 30%. That's for sure. And we're going to lock that. Sign replacements, first team player. Wing back, right. What? Offer is replacement player. Maybe we could. No, I don't want to offer him anybody. Let's remove that and put in an effort of. We start with 50, but we go up to. Let's start with 60 here now. Then let's see if they can accept that. No, they still want a lot of money down here, so let's take them away again and give them 65 as an offer. Now they want 81. Are you nuts? I can't even give you 75. let's give you 70 million. Let's see what, and the deal fall through. We're still gonna give them the offer of 70 million for him. Let's have a look. That's really what we have. Now we have transfer body to 46. And where did I? Oh, all right. That was just the sum of what we, yeah. Now we're going to cancel this. Unfortunately, we can't afford that. We don't have the money. I mean, look at this. We have 46 million. That's all. We can't buy any of those really top players. Ole Gunnar has made that a reality for us. He's used all the money. I just thought that he would become a better right defender than Van Bissaka, and that would have been tremendous. But yeah, we can't sign players that we can't afford. So, but here we can see they're all, I mean, the value of the players that they suggest here, the agents are coming to us, most of them are way off our chance to sign because we can't afford that. And the ones we can afford, they wouldn't improve our team. So, yeah, why even try to buy them? That's just weird. Emre Can, I remember a bit about him, that he was pretty good, if I don't remember wrong. But he's 27, but he should be in his prime. But yeah, he's a right defender and might be a better right defender than Van Bissaka, but that's way too much money as well. At this season anyway, maybe we'll get a more competitive, should I say, a more competitive transfer amount next season. I don't know. They want to loan Hannibal. Now, I know that Hannibal has good potentials and he's got some good value and everything, so I'm not going to lend him out at the moment. That's definitely a reject offer. That's for sure. Let's move on here. Next is that they want to loan Phil Jones until the end of the season, and I'm not going to do that either. I want to sell him and not lend him out. So let's continue. Eindhoven wants to lend him. No. Let's do like this then. Since he's been put on the transfers list, I'm gonna be saying unavailable for loan, and I'm gonna offer him to clubs, and I'm not gonna specify any fee. Let's see what they are willing to give us for Phil Jones. Let's see if anybody is interested in signing him. Not for a free transfer, I hope, but there's 5 hours remaining of the deadline. And let's see if we can get this going. Come on, deadline day. So it doesn't seem like anybody is interested in. No offers for Jones. No, that's true. Agent offer summary. Yeah, that's probably the better players that they think that I should be signing. I don't want a 30-year-old defender. Then I would rather stick with Lindelof and Gareth Bale. Do you think there's any truth in the suggestion that the Gareth Bale deal is the latest panic buy on deadline day? Respond to that one. This definitely, I wanted to sign him for a long time, and I'm delighted that we've done that. So it's the truth. I haven't been manager of Manchester United for very long, but I've always wanted him to sign for Manchester United. Even though I think he's past his prime now, so of course now it would be stupid for Manchester United to bring out the big wallet to get him. But if they could buy him for, like I did here, for £5 million, I still think that he would be a player to bring to Manchester United, that's for sure. But I don't think that they're going to sell him for 5 million. They want a whole lot more for him, even though he's not that good. Now, he was a brilliant. He was incredible, Gareth Bale, when he was at his prime. And that's a 23-year-old German. And yeah, that's weird. Let's go on then, Troll. But Bale is not a panic buy. Yeah, that's what I said. I don't want to talk anymore. We just want to get this over with. There is no players that we are going to get. We can't afford it, unfortunately. 46 million is a lot of money in many teams, but it's petty cash for a team like United when you want to get improvement on the team that you already have. Trying to find players for that kind of money to take the position away from any of the players that you have in the team is going to cost a lot more than 46 million. So the best thing you could have signed for 46, use the 46 million, is to try and find some youth players, some 17, 16-year-old players that you could bring into the club, and we don't have that sort of Fabio? Is that the... Yeah, that's the brother, right? The twin brother? Fabio and Raphael? Cool. He's on his... Oh no, he's signed for Royal Antwerp, and I forgot to see where he plays. Nantes. Alright. He's not had a... played for a very good team since he left, that's for sure. But yeah, he never made the impact in Manchester United like Raphael, unfortunately. But Raphael, I thought it was a shame when they sold Raphael, that's for sure. I thought Raphael was really good. We get 10,000 for their win against Bradford City and the EFL Trophy, Papa John's Trophy. That's got to be the under-23 that has played in that one, alright. And that's a report on this player. He's put in a good performance for Ipswich. Yeah, they win their games with 4-0. That's good. Against West Ham, under-23, then it wasn't that good, I guess. And I don't want to respond to that. Let's get this over with, this transfer window, so that we can... 30 minutes is all that is left. Here's the rumours. Martial going to Dundee. Yeah, Dundee. Magic, and they're all done deals. Yes, they are. And that's everything that I've done is a done deal. And I think it will be more interesting when we get to play the real released game. It comes out 9th of November. And I will try to record as quickly as possible as when the game is up live, so that we can get a season starting where we get to play. And if I choose Manchester United, which it looks like, I think we're gonna go on and try to have a more interesting second window, because I think, or not a second window, because I don't think we're gonna be earning any big money to sign players in the January window. But when we play the season, I think that we are going to be able to let's see here, I'm just gonna register that player as well. Or is that 20? Oh, that's 26 players. Which one of these players General info. Let's have the age. Is there anybody under? He's not registered. Holy smokes. It looks like we have too many. He's not registered. And I have to take away. Oh, we have to take somebody off the registration for the. This is the Premier League as well, isn't it? This isn't good. Who am I going to take out? This is what I mean. I mean, why can't I have 30 players in the Premier League over the age of 21? I really need that kind of replacement. Who's this? This is a goalkeeper, 23. I guess we're going to have to take away Lee Grant. Let's take him off. So we only have 24 or 25. But as I said, it's a bit ridiculous, I think, that you can only have 25. You need a couple of reserves. If players are injured, you have to do some magic and take up players from the youth team, and you do need. I mean, yeah, sure, you can do that in games like Norwich and stuff like that. You should be doing that to give them some time. But at the same time, you could be in a pressured situation where you need to play with good players, with the best players that you can muster up, so that you can bring those 3 points in. It looks like the deadline day is over. This looks like the deadline day's over, boys and girls. So what happened here then? And why is there a transfer thingamajig? That's more Midtjylland wants to loan Phil Jones. I don't want to lend him out. I want to sell him, or I want to keep him as a reserve. That's just the way it is. Well, we've seen the transfer as well. I hope you have enjoyed everything that we have done here. And yeah, I can see here that Greenwood win the English Premier Division Young Player of the Month. Callum Styles winning the, what's it named? August Best Championship Young Player of the Month. All right, it's the young players, and here we go down to. All right, you can see, oh, this is the division per division. So Flint's Premiership Young Player of the Month award. Which Premiership is that? It's not our Premiership. Oh, whatever. So I'm going to end this episode now. I hope you have enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to the 9th of November, where we can play this, start a real Manchester United career, and try to get them back to where Alex Ferguson had them before he left. And yeah, without further ado, I will end this episode. It's getting late, and we've gone through everything new, even the data hub we went through. So I hope you have enjoyed it. Do like, subscribe, and all that nice stuff. And I hope to see you on the channel again. Leave a comment. And I'm just going to end like I always do with a bye-bye-bye.